hands in the air.
Put your hands in the air like you
just don't care.
This is too good a role to get on the recap. Like,
all right.
I feel that's so hard.
You want the number closest to 8.
Not me.
15.
17. Let's go. Well, actually, no.
19.
George.
Oh, so it's me.
Oh my god.
I think I'd be getting it with a 15.
That happened to us yesterday. Quinny and I rolled a 5, and it was the closest to 16.
It was something like really far off.
Yeah.
Everybody else was like even further off. It was crazy.
Oh god, this handwriting is going to be a fun one to recap with. Okay, we're going to go for it. My first thing is pause for technical difficulties, because we did have many last session. So Brian,
82.
Sorry.
82.
Continue.
Go for it.
Okay. Brian takes Neff onto the balcony to apologise for the bubble. Neff makes a terrible pun, and Brian almost throws her off the balcony. They then talk about OSHA, because Brian's going to try and give us some advice about that, but it derails, as always, and it's asked about present wrapping. Then I've got oi, because we were like, put a bit of yourself in it. Anyway, and then I've just got chaos, because it just really derailed. Basically, what Brian was trying to say was consider OSHA's safety. Brian wants Neff to have time with her, but also wants Neff to consider whether she wants to bring OSHA along on future times, because she's, when in battles, that's all you'll think about, because that's what Brian thinks about with Loran.
I don't think during battles.
But Neff is going to let OSHA decide what she wants to do. And Brian admits that Loran has all his thoughts while in battle. Cass asks about using the Mensa's tribe and the memory tings for Bluey, but we're all like, maybe not a great idea. They decide they're going to ask Corvius about the memory thing. Loran explains why Corvius calls everyone boy, and Brian tells Bluey to call Loran boy, and Loran is like, hell no. So then we all conga line. Oh my god, I forgot about this. To find the wrapping paper. She was coming along too. So forget death and destruction. We're just going to conga to the wrapping paper. We find the wrapping paper, even though Neff is like, is this paper? Celia wants to find a book on the Mensa's language. Then we do Loran and Cass do hide and seek, but it's non-magical. And then Loran's a little bit of a trickster, which Cass was kind of expecting. So she gets her familiar to peck him for 1 damage. Brian demands Cass's healing potion, and she's like, no. Loran is very dramatic. Brian kisses him better, then they fly away on Shoe. Cass is uninvited to dinner.
I love how this actually goes anyway. No, literally no one said anything, I don't think, when we were going there.
Ness wrapping is cute, and I think I write that because they were like, it's cute, it's all right. She gets a paper cut. Sadness. She religion checks the ribbons because she has almost a mental breakdown over the crimson and the black ribbon.
We got past the almost right there.
Yeah. But Brian, before flying off on Shoe, did help Neff with the ribbons. Oh god, I've got All-Star in the streets, Brian in the sheets.
Yeah,
I've got so many.
I stand by that. That's a funny quote.
Distress.
We've got Shoe is having the run of the palace, so cringy, so gross. Why is that cringy? Cringy and gross because of Brian and Loran on her back being gross. Got it. Oh, yeah. Then we have Hey Roll Me. Everyone, when they're flying away, everything's all white and mist and pale, and I'm like, foreshadowing. And then we look at the apex and we're like, dun dun dun. But she's loving it because she hasn't been out for a while. Brian dexterously breaks off an icicle for Zarina. They discuss Carol and has Brian had to get rid of and how Brian had to get rid of all his things connected with Carol. And I again have Brian and Loran are disgustingly cute. Neff wants to go get Zen in the garden. She wants to be one with the garden, so she doesn't want to set Kev's garden alight. So she's just kind of like doing practice movements. But Nev calls Kev Sophia, kind of breaks poor Kev's heart. They have a convo about the dead flowers. Kev is horrified about the Sphinx of Death. But then Neff manipulates Kev, so he's all good now. But sad, but manipulated to think that his name wasn't completely forgotten. Neff orders Kev to call Neff. And then we all have an official invite from Kev. And Danielle wants to match outfits with Brian. I have Danielle is amazing. Definitely my favourite NPC. The room is...
I can't believe you do this to Loran, George, after all you've been through with him.
I'm sorry, but I think that tracks. I think Danielle is just amazing. I think Danielle is just what we all should aspire to be.
She's chaos in a
and
bottle.
Sarasa as well. You did this to Sarasa too.
I love Sarasa. The room that Kev has decorated is full of bouquets, doilies, lace, tablecloth. It's real something. And there's food from the Maasai, a prayer, Kalkan, and a string quartet. Kev is wearing his Sunday best and he's very cute. Brian hugs him and he's a bit like, what? Brian orders Kev to call him Allstare. He has a heart attack. Oh my God, you had me at Barnacles. That's just another quote. I think, is that another one from Thomas?
That's a Loran. That's a
Loran's
Loran's
quote.
Loran. Oh,
and then I said they can't all be singers because I don't think that one.
Kev didn't supply any alcohol, but Brian did. Dress code. Loran tells Kev he has to match him for how much alcohol he drinks. Brian's like, no. But Kev's like, I can do it. Brian sets Kev's Nevin alight, and it's a yum yum. Brian sets Cass and Loran's Nevin alight. It's a bit for a moment, but Brian gets it under control. Then Brian makes the flames dance, and we're all like, and then we all get drunk. And I've got, it really does punch you in the throat. There's more Brian now. They go and hug Kev, and Kev is terrified. Loran can't tell which Brian is the real one, and Loran is very distressed. The three Brians call across the table and say, think of all we could accomplish with more Brians. And then they drape all over the chair that Loran is in. It's equal parts disturbing, amazing. Kev learns what it means to be powerful, and that's you can do whatever you want. I love that is the message we taught Kev from that dinner. Be powerful, and you can just fuck about.
I do what I like.
Yeah. So, and then the dinner has become a roast from Kev, roasting all of the party members. But in response, Brian tears off Loran's shirt and slaps his chest. We're like, Kev, join our madness. Or is this I
don't know if I can show this on stream.
Do it. It's an 18+ stream. Go for it.
Oh, is it? Okay. No, I don't want to.
Let's go.
Oh no.
Do it.
Hell yeah. Oh my God, this is so good.
Where's the third Brian, Emma?
Yeah, where's the third Brian?
Brian?
Use your imagination.
The
We all know where the third Brian is.
We know
Where's the
where
third Brian?
Scrolls down.
scrolls down and a little bit further down and a little bit further down.
No, I really don't want to.
Where is he, Emma?
We'll just no.
Oh!
You can just. That's what you get. The rest is on my NSFW.
So spicy.
God.
That's what happens when they leave the party. That doesn't happen. At
Yeah,
the
that
party.
does not happen.
There's just So we
Imagine if
kind
that
of like
happened at the party.
No.
Kev would actually die. I feel like Kev would be dead right now.
yeah.
Along with maybe half the party members, to be honest.
What's your NSFW handle? Did it get changed?
Yeah, it did.
What is it now?
I think it's Emma City Night or something.
How do I
Hang on.
find it? How do I find it?
Yeah, Emma City Night, and it's because I thought it was like funny because like get it? It's like after dark. Lol.
Yeah. Oh, that's too.
And I thought NSFW was a bit too on the nose.
Yeah, so then we're like, Kev, join in our madness. That was the dog. Then we continue drinking. Brian spends the next 9 minutes laughing so much he weeps. Bluey hides behind the string quartet, and Kev gets it. I think also he's just crying, but I don't know why I wrote gets it. That's anyway.
I do not remember that from the session. For
No,
God's sake.
Cass hallucinates Cass hallucinates that everyone is flowers and everything is flowers. But then Lucas almost kills the flowers.
Oh shit, that was hilarious.
And Cass loses it, so Sleia casts lesser restoration, and she's like, okay. Brian is incapacitated, but Sleia is there to the rescue, as always. We all get some wicked hangovers. Bluey tips all the musician, then falls asleep after eating. Brian and Cass have another shot. Brian yeets Kev across the room to go get Loran, who was on the floor. Brian is 3 again and takes Loran and leaves. Oi, oi, oi. And I've got get it, Brian. We've got Sleia and Cass supporting Kev. Kev tells us how much he loves Brian, not in a Brian triad way though. Kev gives us all food packages and it's very cute. We clean and we say goodbye. It's all a bit of a I think he's going to need about a month to get over that. Cass naps with the big cat. Sleia sends Farinia the cutest sending. Danielle knocks on Neff's door. She has a problem. She's in love with Lucas and it sucks and she wants to marry him. And then Neff's like, well, there are steps and you could propose. And then Neff's like, yeah, but that's kind of the last step. And she's like, I always shut him down and it's great and he just does what I want. And Neff's like, maybe let him know your feelings. And she's like, yeah, I suppose I could try that. And then there's innuendos and Danielle is now of the impression that Sleia and Bluey are a thing. So I'm excited to see where that comes up to. Danielle is going to write a Shrek narrative about her and Lucas. And that was a nice thing. And then we conquer our next conquest, which was sleep. And so ends one of I think the most chaotic sessions we've done.
That was crazy.
Yeah. We did it, fam. We slept.
We did it.
They rolled some good ass social ineptitude checks on her conversation with Danielle.
This is the most chaotic day I think you guys have had in a very long time because you haven't slept in between the snowball fight. So you went from the snowball fight into this dinner. So
proud of us.
3 sessions in one single day.
Because
There's also the audience with the men's sesh.
Yeah, the men's sesh.
No way. What the shit?
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh my god.
Afternoon, evening.
I will say that I am glad that we'll get to play this campaign forever. I really like you guys. It's really fun playing these characters.
Oh,
I see no problems here.
mood.
I want to show you all. Outside my window is the sort of that green path is right where all the joggers go.
That's nice.
Oh yeah, isn't it?
It's a nice view.
Yeah.
That's
very
a nice
naturey.
sunset.
The mountains are just that way, so if I look out the window, I can see the sunset. But
I have my blackout curtain over on that
you
side.
can definitely hear everything from in here, from down there. And I have a neighbor who speaks English, so they're ready. Anyone who walks by, anyone in this building, is going to basically just be listening into the game. And so, yeah, because it's too hot to have the window closed. I'm just going to make my peace with that now, and I wanted you all to know. Right.
Well, they're just getting to enjoy this amazing chaos.
Creating new fans.
Yep. All right, guys.
Or enemies.
So.
Fans.
Oh, enemies, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. So.
To do with the heat.
All of you. You
shit.
are asleep, calm, resting at last after a very, very, very long day.
That day felt like it took 3 weeks.
Neff, you're talking in your sleep. Whoever's bunking in the room with her, you can kind of hear.
I think it's Cass, right?
Cass and Shu.
Cass and Shu!
Yeah. But the night passes without incident, and you wake up to a frosted, as always, Messiah morning. In your own time, what would you guys like to do this day?
Probably get moving relatively fast.
Get prepared, yeah.
Sure thing.
Have a little sleep.
Okay.
Might as well enjoy.
True.
Okay.
Not waking up
So-
really early.
Waking up when you naturally do after you completely rest yourselves. It's mid-morning. And you can start gathering yourselves together. Slayer, what do you want to do?
I think she actually gets up just a little bit earlier. Goes and knocks on Brian's door.
Brian's like,
You're
what?
gonna risk that? God.
Brian, you hear a knock on the door, which just like rouses you from sleep. As you try and extract yourself from bed, you realize you are bringing another person with you, as Loran is just hooked. You're not quite
Come
strong
in.
enough.
It like pauses half a second because she remembers how the night ended, and it's just like, it's a body, whatever. And then Slee is a medic, so it's like, it's just nudity. Like, like it's not. I'm not thinking about it. I'm not watching them do things. If Loran is nude, Loran is nude. That's the way it is.
I will have you know that Brian is definitely changed into night clothes. He's got 3 layers of cotton on.
I do not see it.
Have you know that Loran definitely hasn't not.
Yeah. So it's just like, it's just Loran. There's nothing else going on.
Oh,
It's like doing some art models
well.
in class. You're just like, it's just a body.
Yeah.
It's just art.
But it's not just anybody. It's Loran's
God,
body.
that
Right.
reminds me. I feel like if I don't get this tangent out, I'm just gonna.
Get it out.
Do it. Go on.
Tangent.
So figure drawing in art class, we get to nude day,
Mm-hmm.
as it were, and we're all gathered around, and this old man walks in, and I'm standing there while he is splayed out. I am right between the legs, basically.
That's it. Oh no.
And everybody, like the other people on like the other sides of me, everybody is just avoiding drawing,
The little
and-
old man.
You started with that, right?
It was really
the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
It was really funny because our art teacher is just walking around and he just lets out this sigh. And it's like, oh my god, guys, if you cannot draw it, just put like a fig leaf or something. I don't care. Just
leaf.
do everything else.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
And yet, no. So when my mom shows my portfolio to my aunt and uncle, who I hadn't shared anybody with these little figure drawings. Well, I say little, they're, massive figure drawings because art class. And Mom all of a sudden is just like, oh, that's a penis.
You're like, yes, Mum. That is a penis.
Yeah, I wasn't
Not
there
false.
for that, thankfully.
Yep. See, my thing is just to put baguette emojis.
Baguette emojis.
Or Brian.
No. Oh yes, strategic Brian's.
Strategic
fabric.
Brian.
Strategic fabric.
Strategic Brian.
Dude, our class is wild.
strategic baguette.
We never had anything like this in advanced maths. I was nowhere near this.
Yep,
I
art
was gonna
classes.
say, we only had one figure drawing class, and we went to like a excursion to a little studio, and like I was just amazed at just like how quickly the model was just out of their clothes, tits out, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening. Oh my, what? I wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared for nudity. like emotionally.
On a spiritual level.
class like that, Lily? Was it?
I
Like
think we have the
11?
same class, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we all went out on the same excursion. Anyway.
Yeah.
I only ever looked at books in all my classes. Not uncomfortable at all.
So yeah, Loran there's some strategic fabric. Don't worry, Slayer, you're okay. You can see only little just like above the torso.
I think you're making it worse, Emma, by
Yeah.
trying to explain what you can and what you can't.
There is a strategic Brian as well in the bed.
Strategic Brian.
We said we were saying before you. I was saying before you came back, Lily, that there are the two skills I use were strategic fabric and strategic Brian. But anyway, to avoid the begin.
And begin.
So-
There's only one Brian this time.
Yes. Right, you're in the room and there are two people there. Wow, talking to them, you're doing that. Hey, start. RP. Oh.
Brian's just like,
Leah kind of. Her husband. I need to get out of the dirty accent. Fuck.
Brian.
Brian.
Leah suddenly from Carnet. Nope, Calcarn. Sorry, suddenly speaking Carnet is what I was trying to say.
I'm a head out.
English, I speak it, I promise. Ugh. Some days.
How dare you not remember the name of my fantasy world? Doesn't exist, but it's existing in this game.
Place your bets. How many sessions will this day take? I've got my money on 4.
Oh my god.
No, one. No.
Okay,
One.
Leah walks
Go.
in. Leah walks in.
I'm crying.
Ulster, can I talk to you a moment?
Without who points at Loran.
Yes,
Line is
alone,
asleep.
please.
Okay. Loran, he starts patting him. Shake. Loran, please.
Go outside.
Wait, no, I can do this. Okay, yes. Thank you. Wonderful. Brian like puts a
Immediately.
pillow in Loran's arms.
Yeah, and he like grabs your pillows.
It wasn't that hard.
Out on
Brian
the
gets up.
balcony where all of the private conversations are had. It's quite cold, considering that it's early-ish morning. If you're not in furs, you're going to be freezing solid a little bit.
Brian grabs a fur robe on the way out.
Water left in here. Yes.
Clear,
like
do you
fully
want-
dressed, but then
I have more. He goes into his closet and comes out with another one. This is one my mum gave me, so it's not that nice, but I assume you won't be wearing it. Hands it over.
Leah. Still shaking just a little bit.
Brian goes and gets another one. 2.
But just I've noticed, and I can't say that I've necessarily been doing all that much better myself, but I've had to use quite a bit of my magic lately to sober us up. This isn't the first time. Back in the Feywild with the other game, it feels like we're falling apart, and numbing our feelings with alcohol keep us moving forward, and that's not Jen? Sorry. I don't know how to say just how frightened I am to lose you, and I feel like I'm losing you. I feel like you're drowning and I can't stand by anymore, hoping that someone else will reach out for you. Sister, please. She reaches out for him and her hand is shaking.
Brian takes Leah's hand in both of his.
Know that you're I know that you're under so much pressure, and I've been standing back, trying to stay out of the way, not to misstep and make things worse, but I've left you alone, and sorry. Sorry. I love you. Please, if nothing else, please know that I love you and that I'm here for you. I want to share in your burdens if you'll let me, please. And at this point, she's just crying and can't say anything else.
I think Brian slips his fur coat onto his shoulders so he can kind of wrap one arm around Slia and just sit down with her against the side of the balcony. And he's just going to wrap his arm around her and pat her until she can at least breathe a bit easier. Just going to wait for that. Okay. I'll try and talk. You don't have to reply if you don't want to. I know that discussing things when you're crying is a bit difficult. So if you want me to stop at any time, just say so. And he's still got Slia's hand in one hand now. Slia, it's hard because I'm someone who's been, I guess, hated in my life, like really hated. When all I really ever wanted to do was love and maybe be loved in return. So when you say, I love you, I find it hard to think of much else. He kind of pauses, reflecting on what he's saying, and he hugs her, is lightly just stroking her hair. I'm really sorry. Truly sorry. If I've caused you worry and pain. Laurent has spoken to me about such things, and it's difficult to just turn it off, I guess. But hey. And he kind of pats her cheek really gently. I don't think that I'm drowning right now. At least I hope not. How could I, with all of you around me, pulling me up by just being by my side? There is a lot of pain in all of us, but a lot of love too. And I don't believe that the two necessarily cancel each other out, but they're certainly the reason that we're all here, all together. I've told Laurent that I'm trying to share a little bit more of the pain, as long as he does too. Because in the end, that's part of loving someone, I think. Taking every experience with them together. And Slia, I cannot know what you went through in the Underdark. I know it must have impacted you. I mean, I can see it has. You watch things like I watch them, expecting attack. And I'm sorry for whatever happened to you and whatever you saw. But you can tell me and know that it won't scare me. It won't add any burden to me. And in return, I will offer you whatever part of my experiences you can take, because I don't expect you to take them all. So I will share just enough that we can understand each other. I guess that's kind of my way of saying I love you too. And he just hugs her again.
Back and oh fuck. Just kind of periodically, during that conversation, was just squeezing his hand a little bit during little bits that kind of hit, basically.
Yeah. He's just still like gently stroking her hair, just to make sure that she's calm and feels safe. We don't need
Probably
to talk more right now.
looks
But
like this is one of the like safest times she's felt.
As the
little
two
bit.
of you are, as the two of you are sitting there and having this conversation, both of you kind of looking at each other but staring out over the balcony as well. You see in the distance the line of clouds that is sort of ever present over the Messiah skyline just break apart ever so slightly. And sunspots begin to sort of cascade down and hit the snow. It shines a little bit. And Ulster, you know that this kind of weather usually heralds the end of the last sort of final end of the tornado season, which is usually when you migrate. It's already been waning for a while now, but it seems like tomorrow or today, the next season will begin.
I think Brian takes his little flask, like out from his boot, and he puts it on the ground, and he just lets it freeze over at the bottom. I will try harder. I want to drink and have fun with you all, but I know that I use it for reasons that they shouldn't be acceptable. And I should hold myself a bit more accountable for that. Especially when I should be staying sober, so I can look out for you all and you can talk to me freely, knowing that you're talking to me and not stupid me, which is what I call myself when I have a lot of Nevin.
Sorry, I think that cut out. Thank you. My best to support you so you don't feel like you need to other things like substances.
If we're going to Bishop later, if you want to just come to my room and talk, I can tell Loran to go to the library if you are distracted by gestures in the vague direction where Loran was. I understand.
I don't want to come between you in a place that is meant for.
I mean, it's my room as well, and I don't just need to have my husband there. I value my friends as well very highly. I mean, I have Loran almost like 22 hours of the day. I'm sure I could have like a couple of hours for friends as well.
Important to you, and I don't want to lessen that.
But you're important to me too. Please know that. He makes her a little hydrangea and pops it on top of her head, where it grows like little roots through her hair.
They begin frosting almost immediately.
Brian just blows it off. Maybe we should go inside.
I didn't. It's not that I was trying to necessarily hide this from Loran. I just didn't. Force of habit.
I understand, I think. And you don't need to feel like you need to tell everyone at once. Just whenever you feel safe that you can. Hello, dog.
Oh,
Lovers.
she was with Cass, having a great time.
Yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Come to my room tonight in the Schissel. Hopefully we'll be in a Schissel because the Messiah makes me maybe drink a little more. It really feels like a bit of a trip every time I'm here because it's just a lot of memories coinciding with the current state of things, and it's sorry. I am rambling. I will try to be articulate and slow in my thought processes.
Thank you for taking the time.
Let's take more time tonight, and I'll make some tea. And you can talk about anything, even if you're not ready to talk about things that happened in the Underdark. I'd love to hear more about your time with Frenia and how she's doing as well.
Time with Fernie is generally probably very similar to things that are closed doors things with you and Loran.
Well, I will leave you to decide on whatever topic you would like to talk about. Speaking of Loran, he pulls open the door.
Loran isn't there anymore.
Huh?
The bed is empty. It has been made.
Ryan's immediately like, I'm scared.
Pausing for a moment, you do hear noises from inside the wardrobe.
We shall talk later. I just want to make sure that Loran, doesn't charge into the throne room at my father, riding shoe with a fireball.
Leah seems very oddly amused by this.
My computer died. I missed everything that you just said, Lily. Sorry.
He said something like, I want to make sure that Loran doesn't go riding into the throne room, riding shoe with a fireball, ready to launch it, roll me.
Wonderful. What I was going to clarify was that it sounded like he was rifling through clothes as if he was getting ready for the day.
Brian offers his hand to Slayer. Shall we have some breakfast?
Thank you.
Okay. The two of you go back inside, and as you do, sure enough, when you pass the wardrobe, he's left it open a crack, and you can just see Loran clothed is sort of whatever stuff he brought with him, the few things that he did, he is packing away, folding up, knowing that it's only a matter of time before you all make your way out of the Ice Palace and on your quest, wherever that leads you. Making your way through Frommelsted's chambers and down into the... Back again on my computer. So let's see how that goes.
Quickly, BRB.
Yes. Okay. So, and you all make your way down into the regular sort of breakfast room that you use near Allstairs quarters. So you guys can slowly all assemble as you like. There is, as usual, a spread for you waiting, prepared by the royal household, and you can make whatever plans it is you wish. Is there anything else you guys want to do before you go to, if any other one other than Slayer or Brian wants to do before they go to breakfast?
No, not really. I think Cass is just going to go and have some munch. I think should have gone down with Neff.
Yeah, I'll go down.
Oh, no,
with
there's
Cass.
Neko. Yeah, no, I think should have. Yes, I think so. No.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll just continue on. But yeah, I think should have just gone down with Neff. Would Shu have followed her, or
I think if Cass looks like she would have been getting ready, Neff would have also kind of prepared at roughly the same pace, so that upon Cass's eagerness to leave to go to breakfast, I think Neff would have either followed or just headed along with you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, definitely with.
You guys have your packs. You guys get your packs ready to go so that you can grab them and go at any point before you head down. Louis?
I'd like to.
You would have heard Slayer. You would have probably heard Slayer wake up and leave the room.
I'd like to roll a good brief foresight because it's been a hot minute. And so grabbing the sword and being like, okay.
Focusing on it, you try and
15,
rekindle
alright.
that connection with the Thalios.
15,
15, okay. At any point today, you can use that to replace a roll.
Okay.
Emma, sorry, can you just plug your headphones in and out again? It's been a bit
I've done
crackly.
Twice.
Yeah.
Hang on. How's it now?
That's my voice.
Sounds okay. I'm also going to roll how tall Brian is during this.
Do that.
Roll for tall.
5'8".
2 inches shorter than Loran-ish. 2.5.
Loren and I are the same height. I can't get over that.
Loran fluctuates between a 5'10" and a 5'11".
Oh, it'd be slightly
Insane.
taller.
Slightly taller.
Emma keeps making him shorter to fulfill her dreams of Brian being taller than Loran consistently.
I think he is 5'11", but just sometimes.
Oh,
Sometimes.
taller than me.
When he's hardcore simping, 5'10".
Yeah. Oh, is this my mum? Oh. Hang on, can I just really quickly I'll be just 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'm gonna BRB then.
Shall we
I'll just leave you with my dog.
We can just BRB
Having a
for a
nap.
little bit. Donk! Donk! Good donk. Oh, oh, what a good boy. Okay. Hello, how you doing?
There's a lot of Union Jack boxes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
true.
how they do it.
I don't think I have any
It's
flags of
mandatory
any
in
kind.
every home. No, sorry.
I don't think I have any.
Unless something has, like, made in some random country that decides to put a flag on it.
Made in. I can put my iPad away now.
Okay, I'll put up some BRB really quickly. Unless
so-
Emma's back? Okay, Emma's back. Easy.
In 5 minutes. So basically, sorry, everyone is moving and panicking because they can't ship any of their stuff back home. And one of the people who's leaving tomorrow said that he was going to store some stuff in my house for me to ship when Corona is over, sorted. And he just called me now asking if he can come and drop it. It's just like one thing. So he's just going to pass it through the door in like 5 minutes or so. So it should only take like 2 minutes to get it all in the house.
We can
just in like 5
BRB
minutes
it
time, we need to take like a loo break for.
Easy.
I'll make
Easy
an
peasy lemon squeezy.
Easy. We'll overthrow you as the DM and then can take control of. No,
Oh, I knew this would happen.
Louis becomes the DM. That would be an interesting
We
one
wrote
shot.
in the new DM.
It was fucking ridiculous. Sorry.
Excuse me, this is not a democracy. This is a monarchy? Dictatorship. You will like my fantasy world. Right.
Or
Here
else.
forever and ever.
I will. Okay, Emma.
Doing a team of, I don't like your world. I love it.
I was gonna make that joke. Ellen beat me to it.
Right, boys. Okay, so everybody, you assemble at the breakfast table. A wonderful spread. Some of the leftovers from your dinner before, some of the more palatable pastries and whatnot have also been prepared for you. You imagine Kev had his wits about him, making sure that you didn't get any more of those frozen fish dishes. As you're all settling in, you do also hear footsteps coming up as Lucas and Danielle join you for breakfast too.
I want to roll inside. I want to see something. I want to roll perception. I want to look at their ring fingers.
Go for it.
Just very quickly. Let's P for perception. Okay. It's dirty 20.
Unfortunately, she did not put a ring on it. You can interrogate her about that later. But they are blushing. Just a little rose on their cheeks. You can infer from that what you will.
Let's go, Danielle. Neff is smiling. She's gleeful. She's happy for her sister. She looks at Danielle I would say that it's like it's a smile like Neff knows, but we all know that Neff doesn't know shit. But she smiles like she does.
Yep, that's very fine.
Brian looks confused at Neff's overwhelming joy.
Neff, you go like, and Daniel goes like, and that's all.
I look at the rest of the party, just smiling, grinning.
I would like to insight check
in.
Daniel.
Yes.
I think Cass is going to
26.
insight check Neff.
Okay, first of all, Brian, Danielle seems extremely proud of herself, and she is blushing a little bit. She's walking, shoulders high, like. Cass.
19 on Neff.
On Neff? Neff looks extremely proud of Daniel.
Okay.
Okay. Danielle sits down at the table and she puts her hands in front of her and she says, "So we're in love."
Okay.
And Lucas just says, "I mean, yeah, that's about it. Cool."
I'm so happy for you guys.
Yeah, I just wanted you all to know because, I mean, I get it, you know, you guys have all been in love with whoever for, what, I don't know, however long, but I'm sorry, Cass, R.I.P. But, like, I'm in love too now. So.
Cass has been in love with many people for short, brief periods of time.
Cass,
Yeah.
I as a player
it's not deep feelings of love, but it's intense feelings of love.
Have you called the guard back?
I mean, no, I think that was very much a one-party thing.
Oh. Fair.
a one party. Daniel looks confused but does not question it any further. And she says, "Well, as we are in love, but as you know, we are currently living in two different worlds. And, like, I have to go back to Calcarn at some point because, you know, Mom is by herself and it's so cold, and, well, mostly because it's cold, but also because, you know, I want to hang out with my mom and I've got to sort out the publishing deal for my book, and it's all crazy. So,
Daniel, I need to read your book before you release it, just to make sure there's no sensitive materials in there.
I want to read it because for the sensitive materials, please, Daniel.
I want to read it because I'm your sister and I want to support you no matter what.
Yes. Thank you, Daniel. You're a good friend.
Yeah, I know. You'll find someone, maybe. Probably not, but maybe if you do, that's fine too.
Probably not!
It sits next to Cass, like, hugs her, like, it's okay.
Cass is like, it's fine. I have you, Brian.
It just doesn't seem like your style, but I don't know. Am I wrong?
No, I've got really good friends, which are great, and then I just get to have fun elsewhere.
We fulfill Cass's love, Peter.
Dude, I'm surprised this castle's in one piece because this roast is a hot.
Leah gives Cass a hug, just like, yeah, we support you.
Cass is getting all these hugs, but she's like, guys, it's genuinely okay. I'm just a bit of a hoe. It's okay.
You can be as much of a hoe as you want. We still, like, we will give you all the love.
I will join in on the. If there's a group hug going, I'm joining it.
Okay, let's just group hug. But I'm genuinely okay with my hoe tendencies. It's all good.
I cannot relate. I appreciate you.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
Emma, you're very lanky.
Well, Daniel just says, okay. Daniel just says, "Wow, look, I've inspired so much love today by my mere presence. You're welcome."
Thanks, Daniel.
It's okay. But what are you guys going to do? Because I don't want to, like, I don't really want to say goodbye yet. I really like hanging out with you guys, and you're like my best friends at the moment. And, like, you know, back in Calcarn, Ural is really boring because all he does is, like, try and fix the country. And I mean, I get it's really important, and I want to do that too, and I want to help. But, like, I'm just not particularly good with the whole, like, you know, politics. But, like, yeah, and, like, I was thinking maybe I could come with you on your adventures once I've published my book.
That sounds like a fun idea.
Oh my gosh, should I come?
You should come. Guys, do you think Daniel should come with us?
I can write down everything that happens, and I can walk around, and I can go and find quests for you, and I
mean, Daniel could probably come to like a prayer, but not for like long.
How much psychological trauma can you handle?
Yeah.
How much physical trauma do you think you can handle?
I feel like
I
Eldralish should be kind of okay.
Okay, well, psychological trauma. I
know you have quite a high capacity, but
yeah, well, when I was like I said, I lived the majority of my life not realizing that I was a princess, but knowing deep down, because you just know when you know, but like not realizing I was a princess and living in a place without my family, and then when Salazar came, I was like, "Who are you?" And he was like, "I'm Salazar, hey, and I'm going to save you." Because
We all miss
I have a
Salazar.
secret I can't quite tell you until we get to this special place, but trust me. And I was like, okay. And
that's an endearing impression.
Thank you. Yeah. No,
we had a great like you also play Salazar.
I mean, he does appear in the book just like one time. Oh, okay. My delivery is here. Hang on. That will be 2 minutes. We can take a quick break.
All right.
Quickly make tea.
Quick BRB. We'll be right back after these messages from us. Raid Shadow Legends. No, okay.
Okay, in that case, I'm also going to go make tea.
BRBs.
Okay.
Boom,
Okay.
we have audio.
Okay.
Wait. What? Oh, now we have cameras. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Danielle will just finish what she was saying before we broke off, which was that, yes, I mean, when it comes to like psychological trauma, I think I can handle it pretty well. I did lose my leg on the journey from the Temple of Lore and Learning to the palace, which was quite traumatic, and it took some adapting to and some learning, but I did it, and because I can do anything and I'm very powerful, except magic, I can't do that, or use a sword, or fight in battle, or run a country, but I can do a lot of other things,
Maybe you can come on
That's it.
vacation with us.
That might be a lot
I
more
don't want
your
to go on an
style.
adventure, though.
An adventurous
What I was
vacation.
thinking, what I was thinking was that I could go on the adventure, and when we discovered things, you guys could fight them, and I could then, carry the treasure and, write about it,
I love that.
like an assisted adventure.
We could use a
I'm gonna
chronicler,
sit this
maybe.
one out.
That could be fun.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, some
I
people say
get
that
it. It's not probably the best idea because I don't have that many applicable skills. But
Daniel,
when
I have
say
an
adventure,
important
I mean,
question
like,
for you.
one of the low stakes ones. Yes.
Okay.
Annabelle.
Maybe. I'll leave up to Neff, really.
I want you to think about something very carefully before you decide to embark on a journey that you may regret later on down the line. Would
How
you
much you like your
still
other leg?
would you still come with us
Oh,
on an
that's
adventure if it meant possibly, maybe even unavoidably, running into sand?
Oh,
Because we can't guarantee safety from that,
it's very true. It's a lot of sand.
and we have to be upfront about these terms.
But sand is.
It's part of nature. It's part of the world. In places where you may not expect. That's what it means to be an
Shouldn't
adventurer.
I be going on this adventure to face my fears?
Well,
Excuse me, Emma.
Yeah.
Can Bluey do some sort of intelligence check to figure out how much of Calcan is just sand?
Sand.
it's just a big
What
brain.
percentage?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
100%.
What should I roll?
Intelligence.
That's great.
97.2%.
Oh, okay. That's a 5. Never mind.
Uh-huh.
How much of Calcan is
So-
sand? Is Calcan sandy?
How much? There are plenty of desert regions in Calcan. And you would say, if you had to guess, that maybe a lot of percent.
Emma, I have a question.
Quite a lot.
I have a question for the teacher.
Yeah.
Emma Sensei, are the non-deserted regions of Calcarn also sandy?
It's arid.
Okay.
So it's an arid region with a desert leading off to the west onto the border of Kemerat, and then in the coastal regions have some of them have a slightly Mediterranean vibe, which is where most of the mango is grown. Most of the sort of
Since we're briefly on this
the
topic,
food that doesn't come from the Temple of Abundance is hang on, I'm going to say that again. So most of the mango is, and most of the food that doesn't come from the Temple of Abundance is procured. So it's mostly arid, a little bit gross.
are there in any of the arid or deserted areas? Are there any oases located anywhere, or is it just straight dry everywhere?
You don't really know.
Okay.
You could ask Danielle. She's lived there, or Loran.
I think there's more of just a player curiosity. I don't know if Neff is necessarily thinking about that right now.
Sure. I mean, okay, if it's just player curiosity, yeah, there would be that kind of thing, because communities have to survive. Places where Kemerat meets Calcan, there is a mountain range where the higher up you go, there is actually snow caps on the mountains that melts as it gets further down, creates pools and so on. Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, so when it becomes, hang on, I have the list of the months up.
Brian, you've seen icy snow. I want to show you sandy snow.
So during the months of Variatlan and Tibar, which are the final 2 months of the year and the first month of the year, there are heavy rainfalls over the mountainous regions. The rain then freezes as it gets into Tibar. Snow becomes snow, melts as the years go on. As it melts, the crops along the mountainous regions then flourish, and that's when they're harvested and planted and so on and so on and so on. And then it gets too hot to plant anything, so you have to do all of your storing up then, or you have to rely on the Temple of Abundance. Then it gets to Valantar, which is the hottest month, where people tend to just avoid the middle of the Kalkan, because that's usually when the sandstorms would happen. Those don't happen anymore in the same way that they used to. Grin through your teeth. Nothing's happened here. Nothing to see. We definitely didn't do that. And then it becomes Dania and Kerio, which are the sort of like fall, which are kind of like the fall months, in which the cycle sort of begins again.
Cool. I really personally enjoyed all that lore.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just in case anyone thinks that Emma doesn't have the like detailed notes on absolutely fucking everything. She's got this all figured out.
Yep.
Just like, do you want to know what the month is at the time? What is the insect? The main insect that lives in Kalkan?
Locust. Locust.
What is the meaning of the insect?
It's a pest.
I want to say canonically, Neff is probably okay with locusts because I can summon a swarm of them to destroy enemies.
They usually die though in Valantar because it's so hot that where they usually live it's unsustainable. So every year it's a fresh batch. So that means they can't swarm up like you usually would have them. Okay. A fresh batch, literally. Whatever children they have.
Take 2, guys. We've got to try again.
Yeah. Sure.
I think as
work out.
Daniel was talking about coming with us, Brian just like puts his head on the table and all these dark roses just start going around him because he's already in mourning. He's just like, oh no.
Oh my god. Brian is so dark.
Okay.
Emo Brian, wake up.
Lean forward and just said, I'm going to say this one is a firm no, because you are ill-equipped to join us on the deadly missions we're currently undertaking. I think you can understand that. And Daniel is like,
I've already died a couple of times.
Me too.
I feel like I have.
Well, I mean, I meant more like, the low stakes
I feel that.
ones, just because, I wanted to help and something.
Brian gathers his roses together and just gives them to Daniel.
These are spectacular as always.
I didn't know what to do with them, so they're for you.
She puts one behind her and starts putting the rest into Lucas's hair.
That Daniel could come to Eldrelith, because I feel like we're only going for a day and that should be quite safe. But after that, it's not really any of my business. But I feel like Eldrelith should be.
We're going to a Shissel first.
A Shissel? I remember that place. That was really cool. Yeah.
You can come with us.
I think it was quite nice. Sure, I'll go to a Shissel and then just hang out, I guess. I think it'll be fun.
Beach episode.
I like the beach. Okay, here's what we'll do. Alright, you guys go and you do your dangerous missions. I will go to the beach. Okay. So that I don't get in your way or hold you back, because I don't want to do that. I know. I'm sorry I suggested I'm sorry I suggested it without thinking it through fully.
I think it's just that we're more worried that something might happen to you, and we care very much for you.
And Lucas says, yeah, I mean, I think you have a lot to offer in other ways. And just because you don't
literary
come on
ways.
adventures, yeah, you can write your book and all the sequels. And
Necromarts can't dominate the bestsellers list forever.
That's true.
Yeah, that's very true. I haven't read that one in particular, but I know you like it.
Lucas, you need to read it. It's really good. It really picks up in the second half of Volume 1.
Yeah, I know a lot of people say that the first half is the hardest to get through, and it's super polarizing, but
Oh no!
Oh no!
Killed
R.I.P.
by
Emma.
Necromance Volume 1, first half.
Bye
Uh-oh.
bye.
So how y'all doing?
I've got a snoring dog on my feet, so I'm quite happy right now.
That's so adorable.
Good.
And then another one snoring to the left
Oh.
of me, so I'm quite content.
Dogs
You
to
can-
the left of me. Dogs
Okay.
to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle.
In the middle of dark.
I want to cast Healing Word on Emma's computer.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I'll cast
R.I.P. Emma-
Revivify.
I don't know why everyone's R.I.P. Cass's love life, which is going pretty strong. It's Emma's computer we need to
Yeah.
mourn. Give Emma the dark
The
roses.
black roses,
Dude,
yeah.
Emma's computer is a trooper. It has survived somehow all this time. I'm impressed.
It's on its 5th year, which is quite. It's not particularly old for a computer.
Yeah.
I'm the kind of person that if I have something that works, it does its job, you know. So, although Lily, I am interested in more discussions with your old computer if you're
My
interested.
MacBook Air.
Like
Yeah.
literally you and the old computer having a conversation and Lily just being like, do I
Conversation with
need
your
to
old
be here?
You sure you want me here for this?
Things are gonna get intense, Lils, you might want to step out.
Yeah.
I will say that
You'll finally understand what it's like to view Lion and Bran.
Ha! Who?
Lion and
We've got a new NPC.
they're just like rip-off versions of Brian and Loran.
Lions and
What did you
tigers and
say?
birds. Oh my!
Oh my.
Oh my!
What versions of Brian and Loran?
Like
Rip-off
Warbot versions.
versions.
Like
They're the knockoffs.
Oh yeah.
Hi, I'm Lion. Hi, I'm Brad. And together we're Lion and Bran.
Oh, the echo is real right now.
Bran, you look great today.
Better
Thanks,
now?
Lion.
Better?
I think so.
Maybe?
Yes.
I think so.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh. Nope.
Okay, I think maybe now. Hey, the sound's pretty good.
Alright.
Okay.
If I just have my
Oh.
headphones no, it's really
Yeah.
bad. Just no, it's really bad.
Oh.
Really bad. I just need
Okay.
Okay, is it working now?
Hi.
maybe.
How about now?
Yes.
Maybe.
No.
Kind of. Kind of.
Okay, cool. Right.
I got excited.
No, it's not working. Emma, I think you
I
need to
just
turn on your
played
input sensitivity.
True. We need to do what we did for you and Queenie. Emma, I have an idea.
Nothing has changed
Dun,
about the
dun,
way I
dun.
at all. I don't know why it does this.
Have you tried? If you go into user settings and then voice and video in Discord,
Mm-hmm.
there should be like a little bar that shows like your input sensitivity. It's like a long bar with yellow on the left, green on the right, and it's got like a little slider.
Or it could be automatic.
Input.
In which case it's sort of like
I'm
lights
not.
up
I'm
green.
not sure. I'm hearing an echo now.
It's automatic.
Automatic.
Automatically determine input sensitivity.
Maybe you should set that to manual and just have it in a set spot.
I have mine at minus 69
This do.
decibels.
What does that do? Is my voice changing?
No, your voice is fine, but it'll like make it so if there's like quieter noise in the background, like for example, let's say an echo comes through on your side, because that's just quieter than your voice anyway. If your mic sensitivity is high enough, it won't detect that as being over the threshold and it won't play on your end.
Should I? So I should make it higher or lower?
I mean,
we can just try it
I've
here.
been hearing it for a while now.
It's not currently echoing, I don't think.
Yes, just
So
leave
I
it
should
where
make
it
it
is.
higher.
No, just leave it here.
I think right now we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, I've been wiggling it around, so we'll just see if that does anything. Cool. All right. So. Okay.
Sorry.
This will be a
Okay.
test.
So as you guys are all finishing up breakfast, Daniel agrees to come with you guys, Schissel, for fun beach times. Whilst you will get your chores, whatever, done.
Whilst we track down Krill's bodies.
Hell yeah, fun times. Alrighty then. So, is there anything else you'd like to accomplish at breakfast?
Have a nice
I'd like to find
breakfast.
Kev at some point.
I would also
Okay.
like to talk to Danielle maybe on her own at some point.
It's fine. Yeah, there's time as you guys go to retrieve your things. It's time to get both done. So, also, if you want to try and find Kev now, you could go and do that.
He'll do it. He'll probably want to see his parents and Kev just before he leaves, but maybe at different times.
Sure thing. Then, Neff. Yeah, as you are getting ready to leave, Danielle kind of just like waits for you all at the breakfast table. You kind of imagine she's already packed what she needs to pack.
Danielle.
Yeah.
I look around. Are we like in earshot of anybody else?
Lucas. Lucas is kind of sitting there.
Okay, it's okay if Lucas is there.
Oh.
So how'd it go?
Danielle's like, how did what go?
How did you go?
The love confession? She looks to Lucas and Lucas says, yeah, it's pretty good. I'm fairly pleased, but kind of new and yeah, I mean, I was very subtle about it.
I look to Lucas as she says she was very subtle about it.
Shakes his head. Like a knowing smile.
So
if that's what you're implying, then yeah, it was a good time.
So what was your so you say it was subtle. What did you do, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I wrote him a short story.
Oh, it's so cute. Oh my goodness.
And Lucas just says, very private though.
That's okay. I wasn't intending on asking about it. It's just
subtle in the nicest of ways.
Was it, Lucas? Was it subtle at all?
I don't really want to get too.
I think I understand. Okay, that sounds really, really. I'm really happy for you guys. I wish you all the best.
Neff, how's your love life?
Well, I mean, kind of non-existent right now. I've just been messaging Osha via Slia here and there. I'm trying not to be too overbearing.
Have you confessed your love yet? Like I said, I love you and stuff. Such a big deal. I could never say it so easily.
Well, not quite, actually, which is kind of almost paradoxical considering we're married, but you know how it goes.
She said that she loves you?
Has she explicitly?
She has.
She has? Didn't it? Messages. Yeah, she did. I think... Did Neff say she did as well in the messages?
I
think she
did,
she but not the one that was not the I love you that I rolled a nat 1 on that I didn't know who that was from. I think I have a harder time saying it in person because I'm just a bit nervous. But I'm working on it. Yeah.
Working.
Yeah. You know how it is, expressing your feelings is kind of... Well, it's not that it's hard, but I feel like I'm a really socially awkward person sometimes, and I don't know exactly... Like, sometimes I feel like I know what I want to say, and I have the feeling in my head of what I want the other person to understand that I'm feeling, but I feel like then when I have to pick words from all the words that I know to form into sentences that express those feelings in the best way possible, I feel like I pick very bad words a lot of the time.
You would make a bad writer.
I think so. That's why I've never really tried writing. I don't think I'm very great at writing letters.
Leave that to me. I don't know, it's kind of crazy. It didn't strike, like, Osha didn't strike me as someone who could say I love you, so, like, further. I guess I misjudged her.
I think she's a very...
I'll have to make the changes to my manuscript.
Osha is definitely a very loving person, but I don't think she's very necessarily publicly affectionate around people she hasn't known that long. But we did have a lot of time together for the 6 months that I was missing in action, I guess, when we were all taking a little bit of a breather from all this craziness. But it's been good. Do you have any, actually, you seem like you're pretty confident with everything that you do, Danielle. Do you have any advice for me if I wanted to tell Osha how I really felt about her, and that I loved her? How would I say that?
Well, there are loads of ways you could go about it.
Do I have to be, like, romantic? Do I have to get, like, a flower? Like, candles or something? I know that some people do that, but I don't know.
You could.
Would that help? Would it be cheesy? I don't want to come off sarcastic. I feel like I'm kind of scared when I don't need to be sometimes.
and then I'm not scared when I really should be sometimes. I think I have a bad sense of judgment in that sense.
She puts her hands on yours. Neff, as your big sis,
Aha.
I'm going to impart.
You cut out for all of that.
Take notes. Oh. I'm going to impart my wisdom upon to you.
Okay.
Lucas, take notes. Remember. Lucas pulls out a pad of quill.
Literally taking notes. I like it. These guys are a great couple. Oh my god.
Okay, so, right.
Yeah.
There's the way I did it, which
Mhm.
was I obviously wrote my short story, which was beautiful, amazing, brilliant, everything in between.
I can only imagine.
Mm-hmm. She leans in. But the reason I chose a short story is because I love to write, and it's something I feel like I can put my whole heart and soul into, and it's something that I can use to, like, you know, the best of my ability to show someone that, you know, I actually really care, and this is like something I'm good at. So you should find what you're good at, the way you communicate with people, and like use that. Channel whatever emotions you have into the thing that you love and give it to someone else. That's actually a really cool thing.
Okay. I'll think about that. I really like horse riding, and I think Osha does too, which is something we share in common, but I'm not sure how to turn that into an I love you message.
Well, it can even just be like...
Should I get her a horse? I feel like that's kind of an intense gift, and also
roll
kind
a
of...
persuasion check.
Persuasion check.
Yeah.
Where are my dice? I put them on my right side. I keep reaching to my left and there's nothing there, so I'm gonna put them back. I'm really good at persuasion. This might be bad. Oh my god, that's a 19. Yeah, I feel like that's a bit of an intense present, but also maybe it's
I
like...
was going... No, I was going to say no, but...
Oh.
If that's what you think is best, am I to say no? Only you know your relationship and what's right for it. So yeah, you do you, and if you doing you means buying someone you love a horse, then buy someone you love a horse.
Can I roll an intelligence check to see if that's something that I'm trying to think? What I'm trying to do as Neff is think through my memories to see if Osha has been hinting at maybe she'd like another horse. I don't think Neff would. As oblivious and socially inept as Neff is, I don't think she would go out of her way to buy a horse as a surprise for anybody.
Okay.
Intelligence check, did you say?
Yeah.
Oh no. Neff, why do you do this? Why do I roll with these dice? I need to buy you new dice. That's a nat one.
And that one, she really wants a new horse. Really wants a new horse. There's nothing she wants more.
You know, I wasn't really considering it up until this point, but maybe I'll keep my eye out just in case we see like a really good... Maybe like a good deal, or if there's like a horse that seems like one that Osha would really like.
Sure, yeah.
Georgia,
sounds... In the corner of your eye, you see Shu and Cass like manically trying to bat Courage down from the rafters. Courage is like, not today, Shu. Not like this, Shu. Cass, I see you're in on it too. I won't go down so easily.
Sorry, there's like my Doris tried to eat a wasp and then it tried to go in my face and it's just above me. So if you see me just like frantically move again, that is what I'm doing.
Face. Don't let her get stung.
It's fine. Doris is now on the floor. She's further away from the wasp now.
Stay safe. Oh my god.
Protect the baby. Okay.
I'll protect the baby.
Okay. I trust. All right. So
yeah, I think I'll take it. I'll keep it in mind, but I think maybe I should probably think about it a little bit more. But thanks for the advice, Daniel. I'll try to think about what's kind of a me way of doing it, I guess.
Just whatever you do it with love.
Okay. What if I do the wrong thing? But is that with love? Is that still? I don't know.
If you're doing it with love, then it'll never be the thing.
I feel like I threatened the Sphinx of Death with love, but that kind of backfired.
Well, now you're working for them.
Actually, maybe that wasn't really love. I think I was just very spiteful. That didn't work out.
Love is. you know, at first I took everything I learned about love was from, you know, necromance and, you know, my books. But actually, once I realized I like loved something, someone,
BRB.
feeling, yeah, that feeling changed. And
Okay.
I think
I
if
think I
you
understand.
felt that too, then nothing you do would be the wrong thing. You're doing it for them because you love them. You want to show them that.
You know, you were coming to me for advice before, but I feel like you know a lot more about this than I do.
I've grown up in the last 12 hours.
You really have. I'm proud of you, Daddy.
I'm
Well,
mostly copying a lot of what I learned from point two, Luke, but I'll never admit the best.
well,
And Lucas like says, yes.
well, I wish you all. I think you two will be wonderful together. Thanks, sister, for the helpful words, and I'll offer her a hug if she'll accept
Okay.
it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, so as you all begin to finish, you go and pack away your things, assemble wherever it is you need. Everyone else, is there anything you would like to do? Anything you accomplish before you leave the
Probably just like chat with Courage. Yeah.
Courage is up
As
in
in
the
like hello.
Hello, Louis. I've evaded certain demise.
Shoe
How are you?
again?
Oh, it is but playful, I know, but you can never have too little practice.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
Now, are we off on our next adventure, Bluey Spark?
Sorry?
Are we off on our next adventure, Bluey?
We are. Well,
We are.
it's like a few stopovers, all of which are probably going to be a bit exciting and maybe a bit dangerous. Although some of it might be like ticking boxes, knowledge boxes. So, but yes, knowledge. Lamborghini.
You are the
sorry.
most knowledgeable person you are the most knowledgeable champion I've ever met.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Now, make place on your shoulder. He begins to hover.
Okay.
And just settles. To the next adventure, Bluey Spark.
Do you like enjoy it on my shoulder?
I enjoy accompanying you, Bluey Spark, on all of your missions. You have taken me to places I've never imagined in my life. I am but a young dragon with much to learn.
I think. Well, I mean, you're like the teacher, but also like I guess I'm a bit young in a way, but maybe not young by like dragon. But
when
like
I say that I have much to learn, I mean much to learn about these lands. I also have much to teach you, Bluey Spark.
Yeah, that's good. And I can teach you more about many things, other animals that hopefully won't try and actually harm you. Foods that are nice. Just I mean, I can't really show you different kind of like ways the sun rises and sets, but I mean, you've seen that it's like different to the Feywild. Like that's like, wow, that's amazing.
It is not beyond my capabilities to teach you about the world, how the sun works, how the moon works, Louis. Those are tied to magic, you see. in many ways.
Mhm. Does it like help with magic?
In the same way the moon pulls the tides, Bluey Spark.
Just quickly, are the sun isn't really like a visible object in the like sky in
In the Feywild,
the Feywild, is it? Or no? Yes?
it is kind of, yeah,
Oh, okay.
in a way.
Oh.
It's a dim sun. It doesn't
Dim disk.
like, yeah. And it's on one side of the horizon as though it is rising, and then on the other side, sorry, as though it's setting because it's dusk, and the other side of the moon as though it's rising. They are sort of stationary, just dimmer, as if looking at them through glass. Constantly. Maybe a better analogy is looking them through. That's
Cloud. Oh, yes, yes. With sunnies where I actually like look at the sun and it's like this is a bad idea, but like I can kind of see the sun, as like a very anyway. Sorry. Yeah. Yes. I guess Blue's thinking a lot about like eventually getting to Melas and like what lovely knowledge may be found there. Anyway.
Bluey Sparks.
Mm.
Over our time together, thought long and hard about the best ways I could serve you and help you become the true champion I know you can be. Who is it exactly who gave you these magical powers, or at least the capability to cast
Well, Salios.
Salios? And who is that?
As a Sphinx of law and learning in Kalkan.
I understand. Perhaps I should meet with this Asalios.
He's a bit mysterious, but you
Well,
can kind of like see him a bit.
As a fellow
Hopefully.
teacher of yours, Bluey Sparks begins to sort of like ruffle things a bit. As a fellow teacher of yours, I believe if we have a curriculum that is synthesized, you would learn far more, far quicker.
Curriculum. Back to school. School? That's kind of cool. Yeah.
Or if you
I mean,
cannot
yeah.
take me directly, is there anyone among you who has knowledge of the Temple of Law and Learning, Bluey Sparks?
Daniel.
Danielle, you say? All right, I shall
Yes.
confront her. And he flies up.
I'm not sure if she can speak. What is it? What can he? Draconic or what's the other one? What's the Silver? So yes, that one. I'm not sure she can speak your languages. I might have to translate. All right.
All right, then you will interpret for us, Bluey Sparks.
All right, I'll run off.
I'm so ready for this scene of Courage, Daniel, and Bluey as translator. It's going to be great.
Okay. So you run off to find Danielle.
Mm.
Danielle has just finished up her conversation with Neff, it seems. And you can pull her aside if you wish.
Hi, Danielle.
Hello, Bluey.
I have a quick ask of you. I mean, have you kind of spoken to or gestured to? This is Courage. Also, can you speak Sylvan or Draconic?
No.
Okay. I mean, okay. I've got about the temple.
I can speak Elvish.
Is it? Okay, wait. Sorry, just quickly to Courage. Like,
He just shakes his head. No, Bluey Spark.
what? Sorry.
No, I do not know the Elvish tongue.
Oh no. No, as in what? I mean, I can ask Daniel, like, if Asalios generally is open to seeing people right now. I don't know if she's anyway. Daniel,
Yeah.
and then all that, like, is Asalios up to seeing,
Probably. Do you have time to see him?
I mean, I think the next few days are pretty packed, and then and
Okay.
then there's Milas and trying to.
If you need to go to a facility of lore and learning at some, I can, reach out to my contacts and see if who can.
Okay. I wonder if it'd be better to do it like sooner. Well, I mean, this is Bluey just kind of like, when can we slot this in? When can we pencil in this?
Bluey Sparks, my goal is not to pressure you, but to present to you opportunities. Hold off at your leisure.
That's fair. Okay. I mean, sorry, Daniel, that was a very confusing conversation, but thank you.
It's okay.
Congrats, by the way, on confessing, because I don't know.
The confession. I thought you were talking about my book for a second. I know it.
Well, congratulations on
great.
that.
Thank you.
Some say the pen is mightier than the sword.
Oh my god, I love that.
I don't know who said it, but
no, you said it to me.
Just Bluey look happy at that.
Right, okay. Well, Daniel says, if there's anything else I can help you with, just let me know. And I'm gonna go and get my stuff, and I will meet you guys down at the entrance, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
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 Right.
Lucas come to. Lucas is like, oh, I'm going as well. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
I'll say my goodbyes at the teleportation circle. He just starts walking away, and the rest of you can mosey on down at your leisure. Okay. As you... A baby duck. Lily just sent a video of a baby duck. I'm gonna look at it really. We all should do that.
You'll have to stop and look at the baby duck.
It's sleeping.
Oh, it's so cute.
That is one really fucking cute baby duck.
Yeah, it is.
Like, yeah. Oh, and also the wasp is gone. I got rid of it.
Yay! You did it.
At one point, I did hit it, then couldn't see where I'd hit it, so then I just had to sit back down and wait for it to angrily get back up. And it was quite angry when it got back up, but it's fine. It's gone now.
I did a really dumb thing just like a moment ago. So you know how Blue was like, the pen is mightier than the sword. I like drew my fountain pen out of the lid and went to like pretend it was.
Oh my god, you've got ink everywhere.
There's ink on the monitor, on the thing, on the wall.
The pen really is mightier than the sword.
I just put it down and I look back and there's this blue splatter like over the Audrey Hepburn page.
It's quite accurate that it's a blue splatter. Yeah.
It's just that if you see me just standing up like close to stuff, I'm just cleaning.
She was there with you, to guide your hand as it flicked it.
That was a very like Neff moment, I feel like.
A verb, to be blueyed.
Is that the Lammy pen?
Yeah. The pen is fine. You survived.
Sorry?
You guys can all make your way downstairs. Ulster, as you are walking down, you notice there are guards at the bottom waiting for you. And as you pass them,
take me away.
Yep, they've come to steal you. As you pass them, they bow, and one of them, who of course has to be Albert Wiggleshift. He's everywhere in this sesh.
Do you know what my
So-
headcanon like face and like body for Albert Wiggleshift is?
What is it?
It's you know in The Incredibles, you know how Dash has that teacher that's onto him. He's like coincidence, I think, but that's what I think Albert Wiggleshift.
Coincidence? I
Oh,
think that!
is it like in Fairly Odd Parents, the teacher who was like very
Oh god,
Very godparents! Is it Crocker? I think it's Crocker, right?
that's Crocker, yeah.
That description reminds me of that because I don't quite remember the teacher, but the vibe seems to be there. I like it. Okay, Albert Wiggleshift approaches and he bows and he says, Your Highness, the King and the Queen requested your presence and
In a third room.
behind the.
Emma, you're cutting out a little bit.
Okay.
Dun dun dun.
He says they've requested your presence behind the throne room. You know, there's that.
Just me?
Just you, yes.
Well, okay. Goodbye, everybody. I have my parents to attend to. Farewell. He backs away and starts going towards the throne room.
Stay safe, bride.
Fare thee well, ogre.
I eagerly await your return, and so
Please
does
look after
Shu.
the round.
Lorraine is like hugging
Of course.
Shu, just like reaching out. Okay. Albert Wiggleshift leads you, along with some other guards, into the throne room, back through the side door, which you've been through so many times. Oh, so many. And he pulls off his cloak and
One day it will happen. I predict one day. So I'm gonna keep saying it till I get it right.
as you make your way through, you do find your parents put together as ever. Your mother's still wearing the same old kind of Messiah game on colours, and she is seated in front of you, and she stands.
This post sponsored by Thomas's torso.
Thomas.
Hey, just enjoy
Yeah, I
this view
know.
for a little bit. I'm sorry, I have to wipe down Audrey. She's this blue ink everywhere.
Thomas. Torso. Thomas.
Have
You look like a mighty tree
Almost
trunk.
So much blue ink.
So, as you go in, Sharpo still stands. Your father is on the other side of the room, just perusing the bookshelves, stops. And your mother speaks first. And she says, sorry to call you on such short notice, but there wasn't a good time for this with all predicaments. Sit.
Okay. Also sits in the couch just like, what's happening? What's going on?
Molly doesn't sit down, kind of paces by the wall. And Sharpo still sort of turns towards you. And she says, with everything, considering the length of war we've been speaking.
Emma, sorry, it's cutting out again.
Is it because I'm being too quiet?
Okay, with that microphone thing, turn it a little bit to the left, so into the yellow zone just a little bit.
How about now?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. She says, what did she say? Oh, how did she say it? Damn it. I should write actual lines of dialogue, which I used to do, rather than just prompts. Okay. Sometimes I still write lines of dialogue, but she just says, your father and I, we've been speaking, and with everything that's going on between the tribes, and considering the length of time I've already worn this circlet, we wanted you to be the first to know. We're considering starting the trials soon.
How soon? Like human soon or elf soon?
human soon.
Oh, wonderful.
Not for a little while yet, but soon. And we want you to know that you can't change our minds about this. They've been made up since before you came here.
You know that neither Lucas nor I am going to take the... He nods at the circlet. Just so you're aware. We can put you in, like, a comfortable wing until we figure out what to do about that. Maybe. Until I talk to Sylvanus, which is going to be difficult. I need to figure that out. He doesn't really like me that much. I kind of killed a rock with my friends in Calcan and it went badly. And then I had a tome as well to do all these things. Anyway, it's not related. We're not on speaking terms.
Sylvanus doesn't hold grudges like that.
I'd hold a grudge against me, but anyway.
Romney says, from the side of the room. Our reasons for making this choice are our own. But we understand that you don't want to take the circlet. The fact of the matter is, without revealing too much, if you want to speak to, no, if you want to petition a god, the god needs to extend their hand to you first.
I did meet his servant isn't the right word. Representative Agathangalos a while ago.
Sounds like the name of a celestial. Probably not the main body of that celestial, but an avatar. You would be blind if you'd looked upon them directly, I think.
That'd be a bad idea.
Considering your red eyes, it would be. And your skin, you'd probably. Humor does alleviate stressful situations, I've heard, so I hope you enjoyed that one. No,
it was very funny.
Well,
I am laughing in my heart. That was a Fujikura reference.
Yeah, I thought so. I fucking thought so. That kills me. So, fuck.
I'm doing my part not to spread the coronavirus, says Brian.
Rolling pulls on a mask. No, not in the fantasy world. Not in our fantasy land. Fuck, what the heck? Where was I? Let me check my notes. Avatars and Agathangalos. Right, yeah, okay. The ritual builds a bridge between worlds. And if somebody wished to use that bridge to break into Sylvanus's realm, I believe it could be done. Let's say, hypothetically, that the trials to become king would follow a linear path, a set structure, which does not change.
Should I take notes?
No.
No. I will also take notes in my brain.
This is hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
Say there were a linear path. By which I mean a similarity in the way that
I can take notes.
Yeah, in the way the trials were conducted over the years. Then it would mean going from point A to point B. No one has ever deviated from that route. But perhaps by deviating from it, you might be able to use the trials in a new way, much like you intend to use the circlet in a new way. The gates to other worlds will open, to other planes. Navigate them if you can. It would be best to bring someone with you who has some skill in this.
Navigating planes.
If you know someone.
I knew I married him for a reason. Okay, yes.
Rolmy actually kind of smiles a little bit at that. Just a small twitch at the side of his mouth. And he says, both of us think, next shop is still, and she nods. Both of us think you can do it. If you're given the opportunity. The world is going downhill fast. We want you to have a chance to do this, to change things before everything out there becomes further out of our hands.
Or ashes.
If it burns to ashes, then there will be no circlet left to wear. Take time to prepare. We will give you a week's notice.
In this hypothetical situation where I can go through gates and portals with someone who is good at teleporting, should I bring other people who are not so talented with teleporting, or should I leave them in the non-teleporting area?
It's never been done before, so I cannot advise you. And Sharpistol says, I have seen and heard tales and firsthand that your friends are capable of many things.
We're also very good at pissing off deities, but I would quite like to bring them.
Well, if she kind of looks up at the circlet, maybe that could be called for in this situation. If things don't go your way, we can try more abrasive methods. And by we, I mean you.
I like talking first, but then we'll see. I have a few friends I know who would prefer to do things the abrasive way, but I'll leave them waiting in the wings.
Prepare yourself for this. It won't be easy. And if you want to pass information on to Lucas, be careful. Remember, all of this is sensitive. If anybody gets wind that we are, even hypothetically, assisting you, it could be hard for you to even take part.
Okay. Any information I give to Lucas will probably be just things I would have said anyway. So
I'll keep that in mind. Are you leaving today?
I think we're on our way now, actually. I was going to come say goodbye, but I was summoned by some guards.
Oh. Maybe we should come to you directly next
Can
time.
do that.
We had a thought of avoiding your personal chambers in case you wanted some privacy in the palace beyond the courtiers. You and your friends?
Only in the evening. I think we like to just relax a bit. But during the day, it's very open. You can come in, just knock on the door. Slia paid me a visit this morning. It was fine.
I meant more that your friends have made quite a name for themselves in the palace, and you probably wanted to have some alone time to strategize with them.
That's what we were doing.
Strategizing
Strategizing.
in your personal chambers.
It's a very big chamber.
Sharpest will
Room
look
for
to the
everyone.
ground.
That's what he said.
Romy has gone very quiet in the corner. He's becoming a shadow of his former self.
He's like into the hedge.
Sharp Pistol says, "Okay. Well, we will escort you." Sorry, yes.
There might be glitter in one of the chambers. I didn't check. Because we have a fairy dragon, and he's so glittery. Everywhere. You know, glitter never
We will
really
do a
gets
thorough
out.
clean.
Sure.
We can make sure that a thorough clean is conducted.
Carpets too.
Yes. Yeah, yes. She looks over at Rolmy. Rolmy looks pointedly away. Ulster, maybe this is slightly off topic, but perhaps it is about time we do actually speak on this matter. Now, you are aware that if you do become king, you will have plenty of opportunities to then have a family of your own. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm. There are many ways in which you could go about this, and we realise we never frankly spoke to you about those.
I had the talk from Neff's elder brother.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Then, yes, that's all I have to say.
Oh my god, the birds and the bees chat. Who knew that's where this private convo was going?
I'm 27. It's a bit late, but thank you.
Well, we thought that we had a lot of catching up to do, considering. So
I appreciate the gesture.
Are you thinking of having children?
Yes. A small army, as Loran puts it. I don't know how many that entails, really. Considering our children are probably quite powerful, maybe not that many.
I actually would quite like to see that. Anyway, let us leave so that you can continue on your way. You can stop hiding now, Rolmy. And you see Rolmy is just kind of like in the corner, like pressed into the wall as far as he can go. Mushrooms.
Oh dear. We'll bring the grandchildren for you to meet, hopefully soon. We have been sussing out some caves, so.
Okay, Rolmy just passes out onto the floor. Rolmy has like a moment of like the vapors. And you are able to extract yourself from this difficult situation.
Do they want to come say goodbye to everyone?
They are coming.
Wonderful.
Sure.
Brian looks so
will
happy.
Ron be able to look at Loran in the face, though? That is the question.
Was he even able to look at Loran in the face before?
No.
Only in disdain. But
Now she's gonna. Thing is, he can't look anywhere else because it would be bare chest. So he's gonna look like.
Oh my god, guys! Guess what? Loran is wearing a slightly higher cut shirt today.
It's got exactly 2 buttons on it.
Two buttons.
There
Hell
you
yeah.
go. I think as Brian's walking with Sharp Pistol down, he's just like talking about like baby names with her, and Roll Me at the back is just like.
Oh, so is this naming after parents a Carnet tradition then?
Maybe 2 names, but then we can have something a bit more traditional at the front, and maybe something a bit more fun in the middle. I don't know. I really didn't discuss it with Laurent, but I think he has like a little list. He does really love his parents, so he might put their names in as well. But I think that's a little bit his thing. I was going to go for something a bit creative,
Mm-hmm.
And that's when they arrive at the group.
Creative, just like I just imagine
Rainbows.
creative and like gay rainbows and sparkles. It's like gay,
Like SpongeBob.
Yeah.
gay,
Imagination.
gay.
Right. As you all arrive in the group, you do catch tailwind of this conversation, and from the look of gaunt horror on Rolly's face, you are aware vaguely of what's transpired. At least on the terms of the birds and the bees. Laurent, on the back of Shu, draped as usual, as he has been this entire trip, kind of motions for her to carry him over to you, and slips off and kind of puts his arm around and just says, "I missed you already."
Brian just pats him.
Yes.
He's not enjoying being shorter today. He's like, tomorrow.
Hello, parents-in-law. And they just kind of like, we had some very interesting conversations just now. And Laurent is like, oh, really? Care to enlighten me at all?
maybe later.
Romy just says, no. We came instead to say goodbye and to wish you all well on your travels. We will see you again soon.
Probably when you least expect it.
We will attempt to prepare in any way that we can for your timely or untimely arrival. Stay safe, and if there's anything that we can do for you, we will attempt to facilitate that in the best ways that we can. Goodbye.
It was nice seeing you both. Thank you for the hospitality.
Cass is trying very hard not to like open her mouth at all. She's just kind of like doing that because she she can feel the hey roll me just like in her throat.
Hey, right.
She's just like trying to. She's just trying to stay silent and just be like. I think she's like holding on to like Neff, like don't let her talk.
Contain me.
Hold me back.
I think Neff just
You
bows.
two are the troublesome two for that.
Yeah.
Neff
Right,
will
as
just bow.
you
Blue would
you
also
will
say,
make your way
thank you,
towards
your
the
highnesses.
make your way towards the teleportation room, which is in your parting. Make a perception check, Allstar.
20.
20.
Didn't roll well, but it's 20.
As you move out of your periphery, you see something peeking. An ear, and then a
I
head
was like,
in
Kev.
the corner of the vision. He's like staggers back as you suddenly like just sort of like peering from behind a pillar. You see Kev. He looks extremely sheepish. His ears are like pointed a little bit downwards, and he kind of like moves forward. He has like deep bags under his eyes. His hair is like trying to be like forced down, but it's still stuck in some of those braids from the night before. And as he walks, he kind of just sways a little bit, and you think maybe Kev is a little bit hungover.
Brian goes to catch Kev.
You don't have to touch me if you don't want to, Ulster. I understand if after my outburst last night you'd never want to speak to me again.
Brian hugs him.
Oh my lord, it's happening. Hugs you.
We are on our way out, Kev, but I wanted to say goodbye and thank you so much for being a very good friend during our time here. Not just to me, but to everyone else too.
Yeah, thanks,
A
Kev.
wonderful dinner.
Thanks, Kev. The party and
so-
dinner was
sorry.
amazing.
About it being a little bit wild.
It was not what I expected, but I enjoyed myself. Frankly,
You did a
in
great
spite
job.
of the tears and the screaming and the laughter and the Nevin, but truly I did. And I wish you well on all your adventures. And I cannot wait to be reunited again with friends in the future. And I will work so that perhaps one day I can be worthy of the title you've bestowed upon me, Allstare.
You
It's very
have
hard.
earned your title, Kev.
Oh, it's very hard for me to look you in the eye and right now, and I don't necessarily believe that, but I will try and convince myself that.
Brian like puts his hands slowly on either side of Kev's head and forces him to look at him.
Oh no!
Chiropractic adjustment.
Is also
Is my
is Romy
weakness.
and Sharpie still there? Are they just
Yes.
like watching this? Like
Brian didn't socialize when he was little.
I think Romy goes over, and he kind of like Kev is Kev, and sadly he is the shortest of the bunch, other than Cass. And they're a little bit squat, a little bit round, so even Romy looms him somewhat.
Romy and Brian are the same height right now.
Yep. Romy leans over, and Kev kind of like trembles beneath his gaze, and Romy just says, "Congratulations on the title. I think what your father said was admirable, and you should be proud of him." And Kev just nods.
Brian's like trying to subtly signal to Romy like,
Oh,
do a stealth check. That has got to be, or a sleight of hand.
okay,
Just
stealth,
see if Kev
yes,
saw that.
sleight of hand.
natural one.
No.
Kev's like,
No, he's not touching Romy. He's trying to like signal.
as in
him to
like
do
as
it.
in like to himself. He's like, and Romy's like,
That's what I look like too on my first try.
should I show teeth? It actually helps because that I have a wrestling bitch face because I can just.
I think you mean resting roll me.
Resting
Romy.
Resting Romy.
Mm-hmm. Well, I
Yeah,
try.
rest.
And he still takes a step back, and you guys begin to make your way towards the teleportation.
Brian just nods.
Kev stands flush at your side, gussying over to the doors, holding them open for you, siphoning you all through. Bluey, whilst out Icy Frost is not there to say goodbye, you know that at any point you might receive letters from her, your pen pal in the making. You don't know
Hi,
what-
Thomas.
Sorry.
And none of you quite remember. No, not remember. None of you quite know what became of the men's search, whether they stayed, whether they've left already. But you don't see them again before the door to the teleportation room is closed.
Oh,
And
before we
taking
head
your
off,
place- Yes.
before we go, I think Cass might ask. She's not going to ask Romy or Sharpistol because she still is like steadfastly just trying not to talk to them. But she might say, "Kev, I was wondering if you could get me the. I don't know if they have an address as you migrate, but for Sandor and Petra."
I can speak to him and let him know to expect messages from you in the future if you intend to. Do you have a capability
Yes.
to magically message?
I don't, but Leah and Loran.
Both Loran and
very
Leah just turn
generous
around like,
with their
what?
Sending.
Talking to me?
I believe if that is something you are interested in, then I would advise sending magical messages as the Haynams are constantly on the move, so to speak. Alternatively, there are some trained falcons who, I believe in other countries, who are able to locate specific people if you just have an item of theirs or a description or a magical memory that you can show.
Amazing.
Okay.
Well, I have many magical memories of
BRB.
Sandor and Haynam clan.
Understood. They are quite a unique people. Well, goodbye, everyone.
Thanks,
It's been
Kev.
Bye, Kev. Stay
quite the
safe.
adventure.
Bye bye, Kev.
Bye.
Also,
takes
Kev,
that. Yes.
don't forget, leave the dead flowers on the wall.
Yes.
I'm sorry,
And,
by the way. Thanks.
In the corner of your eyes, everyone, you see Daniel and Lucas have been just sort of like talking amongst themselves. And Lucas gives Daniel a very long hug. And they break apart only after you've said your final goodbyes to Kev. And Daniel is like, yeah, I know you're gonna miss me, but don't be like, weird about it. I'm gonna come back eventually, or you can come visit me and all that stuff, so yeah. And Lucas is like, yeah, no, yeah, I'll read the story every time I feel like I want to talk to you, something like that. And she's like, yeah, I know, it's so good, right? Okay, I'm gonna walk away now. I'm going like 2 steps backwards. Look, woo. And she starts walking back. And then, I don't know if Lily can hear, but roll me and Sharp Pistol would just nod to Brian. And give him one final, give him one final nod of approval. And the tenant of the teleportation circle room, the woman you know to be Celine, she asks you, where do you want to go? Where are you off to? It's just easy peasy. In a moment,
Lemon squeezy.
lemon squeezy.
Heck yeah.
In a moment, light rushes up from around you, and you have that same sensation of motionless falling as the light slams back down. And Dave, you are back in a shizzle.
Can we all just take a moment? We have left the Maasai.
Congrats, guys.
That celebration took all like just like
We did it in under 3 hours.
In under 3 hours, we left the Maasai.
We
Who's
did
ever
it.
done this?
Really
before?
proud.
when all we had to do was get up and leave.
We only came to the
Yeah.
Messiah, I think, for Bluey to talk to Sharp Pistol and Brian to get a few Karul items. But no.
I had a lot more stuff prepared than that. Obviously, I wasn't going to let you all
Wait.
down.
Was this the one trip? What the?
Yeah.
What?
The same.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we played one day over the course of 3
Oh!
sessions.
It's been
Oh!
almost bloody real time.
That's true,
It will
yeah.
never, ever end. If you guys wonder why you're not ever leveling, it's because how can I level you in a fucking day?
I never wonder. I just take it as it comes.
I don't mind not leveling if it means we get to
Yeah,
play
it
forever.
doesn't.
I'm down for this.
Forever and ever.
It doesn't surprise me when we don't level because it's like I can't really level you because you haven't fought anything. You've
We've
just
done anything.
thrown snowballs at each other.
Yeah, snowballs.
I think we should get some EXP for that snowball fight, let's
We
be
just
real.
keep getting drunk. If anything, we should be leveling down because of how much alcohol we consume.
I tried experience points leveling in my first ever campaign, and that was a disaster. And milestone leveling it has its drawbacks. I could admit that. Because there are times when I feel like, damn, I want to give y'all so much credit for all the things that you come up with, because like the wackiest stuff I could never have imagined that you end up doing, I absolutely love, and I think you should be rewarded for it. But at the same time, I've set now certain key points in which you will achieve the next goal, and it does sometimes feel like a bit of a drag, but I hope you don't mind it too much.
It never feels like a drag, Emma.
Okay. We
Nice.
can always workworkshop for the next.
We have
campaign.
what is
A pleasure.
to share together.
Exactly. Right.
Aw.
I think we will take our break here.
Cute.
A little bit of a longer one, like 10 minutes or so.
Quick question.
Yeah.
What was Gerald's fake name, which I've forgotten?
Mm.
Oh my fucking god! I was supposed to look that up.
I know that Valis is Nerio, but
Nerio.
Jerome.
Jerome.
Yes, that was
Jerome. Jerome.
Have them written in my little like notes for it's like Gerald and Valis, and then
Ellen-
the fake names right underneath it. I'm like, yeah, because I'm gonna forget them, so I just need to have them.
What's
Right
the
there.
surname?
Nerio,
Aelin and
Jerome.
Clea coming in for that
I
rescue.
think
once
Nario is the
more.
other one.
Oh, I know it. It was Cianeri.
Cineri.
Cineri.
Yep. CINER.
Who's that?
Cineri. For Jerome and Valis.
Jerome and
last name.
Nerio.
Jerome.
Cineri and Jerome Cineri.
Nerio.
Oh,
Cineri.
it's a surname. I was like, who is this random character that I have no recollection of? Entirely possible because I have been absent for a large part of this. Right. So
Snary
10 minutes.
person.
I will see you back then. All right, guys.
We'll be right back.
Yay. Tea. Also more chippies. The reason my camera was off was like, and Michael, so I was just I was like eating a lot of these chippies. This is a huge bag from like a party
Boom, we have audio. Boom, we have video. Hello. We're back.
All right, so as the light slams down around you and the magic from the teleportation circle dissipates, you find yourselves in the bustling teleportation circle station in Ashisel. There are plenty of other circles actionable at the moment. Many people coming from all over, to visit the High Solarian and the surrounding area of Ashisel. So, where would you like to go? I mean, I think I know the answer, but to the High Solarian?
Oh, hi, Solarian.
Let's go see Jerome and Nerio,
Let's go see Jerome and Nerio. Okay.
our good close friends.
Our good close friends who have no relation to Gerald and Dallas at all. So, all of you make your way up the white stone streets towards the towering structure of the High Solarian, the magical institution in the center of Ashisel. Make your way inside. It is essentially as you left it, bustling and sorry, someone's just messaged. Yeah, do it tomorrow. I'm busy now. Go away. Sorry. My neighbor wants to borrow my computer, and I'm just saying no. Right. So, as you left it, bustling, filled.
They want to borrow your computer
because they want to check and see if there's something. There's something. They're having computer problems, and I agreed that they could try something on mine to see. Anyway, but not now. 8 p.m. So you all enter inside and make your way to your room, also.
Which is now Gerald's room, I think.
Well, okay, so going inside, your room actually looks, even though you'd sort of like made preparations so that if they wanted to use it, they could, it actually looks quite untouched. And kind of looking about, there is actually a note on your bedside table if you wanted to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You do? Picking it up, it seems to be just a very simply written note, which just says, Corvius organized separate rooms for us, so you could use this when you came back.
Aww. All of us in here.
Yep, so you guys...
Well, guys, bed's big enough.
Gosh, distress. Shu immediately just takes up residence on the bed. There's no hope for the rest of you fitting
Well,
in
now
there.
there's no room.
Okay. Well, Cass can sit on top of Shu, probably. But it's a bit precarious. And you can put all of your things down. Now, alleviated of your travelling possessions, spare clothes and whatnot, to make your way to find Jerome and Nerio, if that's your first port of call. Okay. You know that this is the area where most of the rooms are located. Are you just gonna knock on doors, or are you asking anyone? There are some people moving through.
We ask Aaron if he's the floor below.
Sure. You remember where Aaron's room is. You knock, and a moment later the door is opened, and you see Aaron, and he says, Foster, hey, you're back. That was so quick. Hello. I thought you were going to be gone for a while then.
Yes, it was quite fleeting. How are you?
Good. I finished my potions.
Wonderful. You can tell Duran all about that. We were just wondering if you've seen Jerome or Nerio.
Oh, yeah, no, they moved to different rooms, 2 doors down, actually. He points to the right side.
From you?
Right. From me. Neighbours.
Okay,
Isn't it
wonderful.
great? Yeah.
Okay. We'll have tea later. We'll just pop in and say hi to them.
Yes, sounds good. Knock on my door, and I will be ready in a moment's notice. Okay.
Wonderful.
Amazing. And I will give you presents.
Duran may have the presents. I would feel wrong taking them. He quickly walks back to the door.
All right. Are all of you going to this room, or is it just going to be?
I mean, I'd like to, but
Okay, so all of you make your way down. 2 doors and
Surprise!
nope.
Your best friends, Jarrell. We're all here.
You knock and Ulster, probably Slyer, and no, Ulster, Slyer, and Neff. Can you guys make me perception checks, please?
17.
17.
Perception. Okay.
20.
20.
13.
17 on your perception. Yeah, I was going to say. I thought that was coming from Neff then, because I was like, oh wait, that's
Nope.
roll is
13. That is too high for Neff still.
too high for Neff. Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay.
Rolling above a 10, Neff.
I don't
Brian's
even
still
use-
distracted by Aaron's potion. Like,
you do feel a magical sort of a moment where the magic around the door that's been kind of latent in the air, being in the Hyslarian, there is just a residual energy around you at all times. It just flares up for a moment after you knock. But it settles down quickly. And you
it's a
hear...
cruel repellent.
Well, you hear various scrapings and slidings.
God, teach me how to do that.
Locks turning, as though there is plenty of movement going on behind the door. And at last, the handle does turn, and it creaks open about an inch, and you just see a single eye, and it is the elven form of Jerome Giral. And he hesitates a moment, and then he inches the door open so that you can enter in. He takes a step back.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Come
This
in.
is the chorus
inside
of Hayes.
if you like. You can come inside. There's room. And he steps aside. Inside the room, it's very basic. They've only lived in it for approximately a day, you imagine. So there's not been much decoration or settling in happened yet.
God, we only left so short a time ago.
Can't be right.
It's been less than
It's
20
2 days, I think.
2 days, yeah.
Oh my
I think I
god,
spent
that's
2 days on the
absolutely
Messiah.
that's insane.
Technically 3 days, 2 nights in the Messiah, I think.
So, as you are entering inside, you see there are 2 beds pushed on either side of the room.
3 nights, 4 days. Don't ask me how I'm tracking. I'm just remembering. Okay, yeah, 3 nights. Pretty
Cool.
sure.
Cool. So, as you enter in, they've not had, regardless of how long it's been, they haven't had a lot of time to settle in just yet. They've only been in this room about a day. So, you see 2 beds pushed on either wall. There is a small window in between with a chest of drawers, which you can see most of the drawers are open, as though they were unpacking what few possessions they have. You see a single set of clothes in each drawer and some shoes in the bottom drawer. And you see a lump tucked into the bed on the far wall.
What time is it?
It's mid-morning-ish. No, that doesn't make sense. Hang on. Let me use my brain. It was mid-morning in the Messiah. It is early evening in Ishasol. Early evening.
Alice is just tired.
So you see actually on Jaral's side of the room, there is a very small desk, which is overflowing with books and quills, writing utensils. That is the only sort of area which looks like it is filled with objects. Everywhere else, it's quite bare. And you kind of get the impression that the books, whilst Jaral has certainly been reading them, you see there is one open right now. The volume of them, probably for show. So in case anybody comes in here, inquiring after them. And Jarrell motions to his bed and says, I think you could mostly squeeze onto here if you wanted to sit down, but unless you don't mind the floor.
Blue will sit on the floor.
I like
Floor's
floors.
fine.
Yeah, so will Cass. So that all of us are just going to avoid the bed and just sit on the floor now.
I will
Loran,
sit on the bed.
yeah, Loran will sit on the bed as well. And
Hello,
kind of, like,
Mr.
like-
Jerome. Just like kindergartners.
You see, well, before Jarrell comes and joins you, he closes the door behind, and then once you see it from this side, you see there are 7 locks before the main handle, which he is sliding each single one back into place. And he turns around and he just says, there are precautions that I prefer to take. I can't offer you refreshments or food or anything like that. Everything we're given by Corvius and other members of the High Solarian, so I don't
We're
have
going to
anything.
have tea with Aaron later if you wanted to come.
He helped me move our things, what little we had down here, so I don't mind.
He's very nice.
Well, that remains to be seen. We have to take time before you can get the measure of someone. Well, I trust your judgment. I don't know yet how I feel. Okay. But I will join you for tea. It's probably something Jerome would do. How was the Maasai?
Cold.
Eventful.
Many
And what
things.
happened?
Classic us things, and then also just political intrigue. It actually took kind of like a back seat to the us things, but yeah.
It sounds like you all.
We're going to be here for a few days, maybe a week. We're trying to, it looks over to where Valis is, track down people, maybe like your son. Using this, and he like pulls down his sleeve where the purple ribbon is that Krill gave him.
He kind of stares at it for. You get the impression he's fixating on it a bit.
Brian covers it back up. Like, no.
You're looking for him. For his bodies.
Not him. We know where he is. Fortunately, I prefer knowing where he is. And we're looking for the bodies that he could potentially use.
I see. Can I assist you in any way with that?
I guess research. We want to remove the mark on Valis. We want to remove the marks on anyone else we could find. We're not entirely sure. I had a couple of visions, I suppose, trying to suss out how Karul went about making these bodies. So some of them could be living, and some of them could just be, Loran thinks, copies of him. Which is a bit disconcerting. But...
See. Well, I have been researching myself the idea of removing the mark. Oh my god. Guys, I can hear a bug up above me and it sounds really large. And I'm just very scared, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to back away and I'm going to look from the doorway so that if I need to, I can run. I'm really sorry.
All right,
but
good
I
luck,
can
Emma.
hear it and I'm terrified.
It's Attack of the Insects, this game.
I've got to take I'm gonna take.
What a session.
Oh, Emma's fear of flying insects is quite
intense.
big. Yeah. I've had to protect her from many a moth.
She's used me as a
unfortunately,
meat
some
shield.
Yeah, cockroaches, I've had to go and help her. When they fly, it's just, ugh.
Yeah.
Japan. You didn't seem to mind Boris, though. Boris was our massive spider that was above some of our doors. She was
It wasn't
big.
named after a certain PM, was it?
No. This was before that, and we thought Boris was a guy, but then it turned out that Boris was a woman and had babies, and then at some point crawled off and died, and her babies were hatching everywhere. It was all very, traumatic.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hi, Emma.
Yeah.
I don't envy being a
Hi.
spider.
What is it?
It's. Oh my god!
And Emma was never seen again.
Emma. A
And that
tip,
was the
if you
end
have
of
an
the
aerosol deodorant, if you spray any insects with it, like quite hard, it will die and you won't have to get anywhere near it, coming from someone who has a pretty bad fear of spiders.
We're moving to a different room, I think.
What is it?
We're moving to a different room.
It's green.
Is it?
Green.
Hi.
Mean green.
Hello.
I know I should be
Machine.
supportive of my friends, but I just find it very amusing.
Stay safe, Emma. Okay.
Okay, wait. Oh, okay, hang on.
I always just remind myself they're way more scared of me.
Yeah, or they don't know that you're there a lot of the
Yeah,
time.
they don't care.
Except for wasps, where they aren't scared of you.
Oh, wasps are evil. Wasps and mosquitoes, I fully
Horrible.
condone the killing of. I hate them. They're disgusting.
Oh my god, Emma's gonna go
Not
for the
bees.
cat.
Never
I'm
kill
so proud of
bees.
you, Emma. I'm so proud of you.
Oh my goodness.
You can do it.
It's something I can barely do.
Oh, big boy. Oh, it's so gross looking. It's so.
What is it?
Oh my god. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Shit, that's two.
The plot
Oh
thickens.
my god. Guys, I'm dying. This is not content.
Now, this is what I call D&D.
I don't know, this is pretty fun for me.
Roll for initiative, Emma.
I'm just a terrible friend.
Bam, bam, bam. You can do it. Relocate those boys.
Shit. Fuck shit. Fuck shit. Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god.
I have faith in you, Emma.
Emma's first
As
to die
I
in the
got rid of the
apocalypse.
wasp.
Let's just be honest.
Yeah, we've always said that. Emma was the first to die.
First to go.
Get in. Come on.
Who did we say would win?
Right
I think Crystal did quite well. Because I feel like Crystal would
That's
just
because Crystal
try.
would just crawl into a hole and be there until the end.
Yeah, until the end. Just
Everything.
Queenie would join
Oh my god.
whatever antagonistic force, like the zombies.
yeah, Queenie would become the zombie leader without being a zombie.
I want to become the insect leader. I like bugs. I will command them. We will take over.
Oh.
Okay, Thomas.
I have one.
Good luck, Emma.
I want to see it.
What is it?
No.
Show us.
Oh.
No.
Probably like this big.
Relocating Emma's
Yeah,
new
it's probably
roommates.
tiny.
They're just chilling. Dude, they thought they were buds, man. It's like, oh, we're chilling out with our favorite DM. We're just watching the campaign. And then suddenly, oh shit. We've been
Now we have
evicted.
made two enemies. Evicted, yeah.
Evicted.
One is gone.
Ever since
Round
One
two.
is-
Emma used me as a meat shield. I'm just like-
dun. You did it, dude. You did it. Halfway. Let's go. Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah, like get some like intrigue music.
Get in.
You gotta think about like Animal Crossing.
Go that high.
That one is so fucking terrifying when it flies. Get out.
You are not welcome here.
Get out.
Get out.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not.
You got this, fam.
Da-na-na.
You did it.
Saying get out.
Da-na-na.
At the Barinade, Emma kicked 2 viewers.
And what? Get out? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a funny comment.
Come on. You know what? This is a R-rated stream and you are clearly not 18.
That's true! Get those
he
boys
knows.
out of here, alright? It's maturing.
Fuck shit, fucking hell, I fucked it up. Oh my god, it's all everywhere. Holy shit.
You can do it, dude. You did it to 1.
Oh my god, did you quarter it? You went medieval with your punishment.
Oh my god, I just flew into the cup.
Nice. Go. Yes, you got it. Dude, I believe.
Oh my fucking god. This is everything I ever hated. This is what the oh my god.
Emma, breathe. Deep breath. Inhale.
I'm failing, guys.
You're fine.
so
You're good.
sorry.
You're good.
I'm so
I love how
sorry.
Thomas is like supportive, and I'm just there like, yeah.
We've got to support our comrades in battle, okay?
I feel like there's a difference between like friend and then just like the evil friend that's just like, yes, I'm going to video your like absolute disaster.
Oh my god. Come on. Get in, loser.
I mean, to be fair, if I was there, I would be helping. I got rid of the cockroach for her,
I know you would.
but I'm not there. So I can just, I can just.
I would also,
enjoy it.
if I was there in person.
Oh, fuck me. Holy
I'm
shit.
not brave enough for that.
Come.
I love bugs.
I am not the bug person.
Emma, I'm
in
so
this
proud
household.
of you.
Oh my god, I hate this.
Emma, breathe. You already got rid of 1. You're halfway.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna move up. Right, if I can't get it in the next few minutes, moving to the next room so that we can still play this game.
It's like what,
Honestly, like,
it's tense.
I don't know about the actual content of the game, but this is the real quest we all wanted to see.
We're overcoming some personal trials and tribulations right now.
Okay, keep it in
Nice!
there. Keep it in there, Emma.
Let's go!
What the fuck
Let's
was
go,
that?
Emma! You did it! Hell yeah!
There.
Woo! She's going to be on edge for the rest of the
Alright,
game now.
can you navigate doors with like your feet or something?
Never give up!
Fuck, I have something like that. Hang on.
Here's the thing.
There, but it's like print side on as that thing.
Is that? Oh, that's the thing.
Yeah, like never give up. But
Well
it's
done,
so-
Emma.
Hell yeah! Let's go!
Yay!
You did it.
Well done.
Was there ever any doubt? No, there wasn't.
I'm
go.
so sorry.
Don't be.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Look, you
I
have
shouldn't have
to-
gone to a different room. I'm sorry I made you guys waste your time here.
That was not a waste of
not.
time. We're here for you,
That was,
fam.
that,
Right?
was, that was entertainment in the highest form.
This is never a waste.
Um,
Sorry, I think that cut out. Spending time with you guys is never a waste. There we go. It all went through.
Oh,
What Aelin said.
honestly, and like just so wholesome all the time. It like, this is why you're Aziraphale.
okay.
I just want to say, as like while it was happening, I got an amazing comment on the chat. It said Emma kicked 2 viewers.
Yeah. Love
That
that.
was good. That was good content. You didn't. You did.
Okay. It is a green stink. It was a green stink bug. It was like the size of the end of my thumb, so it wasn't even that big. It was
Dang.
like this big.
Dang. Nice though. You did it. All right.
Okay. So
Proud of you.
let's just move on as though nothing happened at all.
Oh, what the?
Okay,
My
everyone is
laptop
dying.
just stole me.
This
Is your,
The
is your
technology
charger,
malfunctioning.
is
Has
your charger
technology
Earth?
gone too far?
this stream is sponsored
I
by
mean-
horror and suffering.
As all ones are, but anyway, sure.
I think
Right,
most charges
so-
aren't Earth, actually.
I mean, Yeah, mine isn't earthed, and
We,
like
we
if
lost
I'm not
Lily.
careful,
I don't know about the viewers, but we lost Lily with that debacle. She was like, I'm out of here. If it's not psychological trauma for me, I'm not interested.
I don't know about that, but
Poor Brian, he does get the brunt of it.
So I have a really entrenched phobia of flying, anything that flaps, particularly moths. I've had it since I was a child, and I know people say it's irrational, but
it doesn't help.
it's not irrational to me. Yeah, it's not rational. And
hey, you're making strides though. The fact
Yeah,
that you got them both
whenever I
out.
see a moth, I always take a picture of it and send it to you, don't I?
my dad sent a moth to our group chat and said, "Hey Emma, this is for you." And I was like, "How dare you?"
That's kind of mean.
Yeah, I love my parents.
Yeah, but that's quite classic Emma's dad.
Yes, it is. Oh god. Right, so
It's very
continuing on the game.
CC.
Gerald just says, it hasn't been long since we last saw each other. I know that much, but we are still doing what we can to settle in here. But and he looks over to Valis, and Valis is. You get the impression he's asleep. His shoulders are just kind of rising and falling a little. And Gerald says, "But I know the danger is still out there." Oh, maybe she's coming back.
Lily's messages aren't getting to.
Oh, maybe it's a Wi-Fi.
Are they not?
Maybe internet question mark?
Yeah.
Discord freaked out.
Discord freaked out.
I will pause until
Let's
she rejoins.
pause.
I thought she was listening in the background, but
Lowe's is restarting.
okay.
He's the curling stone again.
That thing is so cool.
Fucking roll! I love it. Sorry.
It reminds me of like really, I don't know who's had a computer for long enough, but do you remember those old computer mice that had the balls instead of the sensor? Yeah.
It was like
Yeah. I hear you.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, you guys all froze, and I was like, hello, hello. And I was trying to check messages, and they didn't come through, and I was like, guess I'll go.
Gerald was literally just saying that while he's settling in, they know that he knows the danger is still. Excuse me, the danger is still out there, and he looks over to Valis. You get the impression he's checking that he's asleep properly, and he says, "I know that you've done a lot to protect me, and you are still doing even more to make sure that the outside world is safe for us. But I know I've done a lot of bad in my life to you all. And that doesn't just go away. And a lot of it, I want to make right. Even if it's not for me, it's for him. I don't want him to grow up with this darkness weighing down over us. What I'm trying to say is that when it comes down to it, to ending Karul for good, I want to be there. I need to be there. I'm not saying that because I'm trying to throw away everything you've done, because you've done a lot to keep us safe. But we're alive. We're surviving now, but I want him to live. I want to live. And he just leaves the rest for you.
I'll just input Bluey. Can't think of anything to say. Just so you all know.
I'm just going to choose not to say anything.
I think Cass will be like, what? I understand wanting to put things right after making bad mistakes. I have I've been there, and I'm still trying to atone for them. So I think we can all understand wanting to make things better, having made mistakes in the past.
It sounds like you're about to qualify that with a that.
No, if it's not my place to say anything other than I understand why you want to do it.
He looks over to Slyer. What say you?
Looks like she's tearing up just a little bit.
Don't shed any more tears for me, Slyer. There have been enough. Too many.
Oh wait, am I muted?
No.
Sorry. You deserve a fresh start.
You've given me everything I need to have that. But this is something I don't want to just leave you with it. I'm not the kind of person who can just do that. Shackle my problems onto someone else. Because that's what it feels like to me.
Big part of your life for a long time.
Still is. I'm sure all of you can understand that. I want to be of use, to help. For now, in any way that I can. But I am powerful, and I'm only getting more powerful by the day. I'm learning here. In 4 days, I learned a lot. Slyer, you know I'm quick to acquire new information, even quicker to retain it. I can be an asset to you.
Can I clarify something?
Yes.
You want to be with us when we kill Karul for good? Or you want to join us as we try to find his bodies? They're two very different scenarios.
I want to see it end. However that end is brought about. We probably don't know what that looks like yet. But when we see it beginning to take shape, that's when I'll know precisely how to answer your question.
Can I insight check him?
Yes. What kind of information are you looking for?
I just want to read, I guess, the sincerity first behind his words, and also if there's any like ulterior motives he has going, like if he intends to like go off on his own to get revenge against Karul. I just want to see like what he's kind of.
Sure.
That was 17.
17. It's a little bit hard to read, but you get the impression that his words are sincere. He wants to be a part of this. He can't just sit back and watch the process take place around him. He needs to be involved. That's what he feels. As for the second thing, it's very hard to say. You can't pin down his future reactions based on his feelings right now. You can ask him directly if you're worried that's something he might be doing or might be considering.
I was going to mainly keep quiet because I'm quite enjoying not speaking as much outside the Maasai. But if, Dral, you have any doubts or you're considering doing anything without asking us, please know that you can share whatever thoughts you have here. Because you don't want to put the burden on us. We don't want to put the burden on you either.
I was considering I did very briefly consider going by myself, but I think that would be a step in the wrong direction.
I think you'd probably want that.
I think he would. And that's why I won't give it to him. Each one of you has sacrificed something for me. And for him. Has gone far beyond what you needed to make sure I had this. And he just kind of looks around himself and down at his hands, his new body. I want to give this body and this life a chance. So if you are saying that no, if you aren't saying no, that I can't come, then I will act as though in preparation to join you when the time is right.
Can I insight check Nerio or
you want to check? Yeah, you can look over. You can't quite see his face.
It's more to see whether he's awake or asleep.
The
That's
breathing
what I'm
patterns.
insight.
Yeah. That's what I thought you might be. Go for it.
Unnatural 20.
The breathing patterns a little bit unsteady. Just a little bit.
Because I think Cass wants to speak to him at some point, but she'll pick the moment when it seems a bit more
Cass,
right, as opposed to waking.
I think with an unnatural 20 and how much time you personally spent with the children and Keon, especially Keon not so much, but the older children, you certainly would have noticed they never slept without their backs to the walls. And right now, Nerio has Valis has his back to all of you. So that would be enough of a giveaway by itself.
Okay, as in like they always slept facing the wall.
Facing, yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Okay, cool.
So he's currently facing the wall with his back to you. It should be the other way.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, I think what she'll say is she'll say to Jerome, I would like to speak with Nerio at some point when the moment's right. I know that he's sleeping right now, and she's going to have a little bit of inflection on when she says sleeping, but enough. But yeah, she's like, when the moment's right.
Geraldus nods and says, if he wants to speak to you,
of course,
then I'll allow it. but leave any trinkets you might have. He has and he looks over his shoulder, kind of scratches the back of his neck a little, and then moves to one of the only closed drawers on that chest and just pulls it open, and it just jangles as like countless objects, all shining, sparkling, even mundane items. Just you can see inside there's a deck of cards, there's a ring of keys, a tie.
Can I see any items belonging to Aaron in there?
You see, yeah. So you see a potion vial, which you would. Yep, it's empty.
Okay.
Don't you worry.
No.
Oh. That's almost even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unused. It looks unused. How about that?
Okay.
Okay, that's more of a relief.
Oh, something you do see is a walking stick, like a retractable walking stick, a collapsible one, which seems to be made out of like a brass or a gold kind of metal. I'll let you
Corvius?
Maybe. He is very old.
I have to say, I'm very proud of how well he can steal things. I think, even if it's not supposed to be what you're supposed to do, it does show a lot of intelligence and skill. So,
I'm actually.
I mean, no, bad. That's super bad. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm encouraging the habit.
Oh, brilliant. Good.
You don't know who you can trust in this world. You never know when you'll need to be able to slight your way out of a situation.
I would suggest it's good practice, but maybe if you leave a couple of these items lying around the corridors and people find them and just think they lost them rather than someone is running around and stealing them, that might be a good idea to occasionally do to deflect suspicion.
I was planning on pawning them off so that we would have some money to live off.
I would rather give you some money, Joel.
I'd rather not take your money instead.
What about you
Brian
pawn
looks
them to
pained.
us, and then we can do what we want with the items. You know,
You could buy them.
we might lose them ourselves, and it's in the hallway. Oh,
I don't.
Lost property.
No, I don't want to sell them to you. That would feel wrong.
Okay.
I'm seeing flaws in my morals and my morality, but I'm working on it. I can't change so fast. I'll think about it, and he slams the chest door shut. Corvius was going to come by. He's been checking in. He's taken a liking to Nerio. So
probably likes a slightly better behaved boy than his past.
At least seemingly better behaved.
Past experiences.
I was going to say yes. Valis is learning a lot from him, and I think he likes Corvius, but he can hide his and he nods to the chest of drawers. His thievery. Well,
does Valis have any particular magical predilection?
We're working on it. He might need it to protect himself. So
I was wondering maybe if he, I don't know, took after more his magic or your magic. Not sure.
I have shadow magic, and that seems to be something he is able to harness a little. Yes. But we are going to move carefully there. I don't know when he's coming, but if you want to see Corvius, then you can just wait for him here or ask after him later. I can tell him you came to visit.
Depended on what everyone else was feeling, but I was maybe going to go look at the Chronologica. I might just be
Loran?
overly eager.
Loran, who's been kind of just listening this whole time, kind of stands up and stretches his arms a bit and just says, I actually think it's best not to waste too much time. Colby's can come find us. Besides, we need to get this done. We came here for a reason, and we've got plenty of other stuff to get to. As much as I'd enjoy to have whatever tea/party/magic lesson you're going to have with Corvius, I've had enough of those in my life. I mean, I don't think I need to say much more, and I'm glad you're doing okay. But this is a whistle-stop tour, and we will find Corvius when we need him. He looks to the rest of the group.
Neff nods.
Okay.
Okay, let's unlock all of these locks. And
I did have a quick question.
I am not stopping you from asking, Slayer. And he gives you a finger guns. I'm just going to slowly start unlocking as we go. And over to you.
I'm a go. You mentioned taking us to the tiers.
You did.
Can you tell us what you know about them?
Why did you want to take us to the tiers? At that point, probably not a good thing, right?
I think Brian's hovered in on what Slea's got now.
This was back when I was George Shamrock. Yes.
When you wanted to smite us. Brian's attempt at humour.
You get the
Play
impression
those
it
card
vaguely
games.
missed you out.
That's my intention. That's how I play Brian's humour.
Oh.
That was a joke. I'll go help Loran with the locks. Brian just plods off.
It was a great joke.
Thank you. I'm not the funny one in the marriage. Brian keeps.
I think you're hilarious in your own way.
Unintentionally.
No, well, you have your moments. Mm. Aha, it's hilarious. Wow, so funny. Wow, amazing. Oh, I am never. Oh, the sides, they stitch.
This is patronising.
No, it's very genuine. Back to your questions, Light. Shamrock, not Shamrock. Oh, that felt sad. No, Gerald takes a moment and he says, "What I know about the tiers. Have you done your own independent research since the Harbinger?"
Because, it's Melas.
Ritual. Forgetfulness, but town-wide. And insular town mentality.
Well, it is known that Melas is one of the most prosperous, or at least was one of the most prosperous places to live in a prayer, if not in the world that I know. There was a thought that we might be able to infiltrate the tiers long ago, and I was never fully part of that plot specifically. Now,
I mean,
sorry, please continue.
Well, I've been told by one of the last 3 followers of Carmen Trend that pretty much you need one of their, guidance down there. Because it's hard to navigate. Also, it sounds very dangerous. I don't quite know.
There was a time before things in Melas changed, when I believe Coral was considering other methods. For example, taking control of the population and forcing those in the know to bend to his will and escort him down there. But
He really doesn't take no for an answer.
no, he really doesn't, does he? Click, 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 click. It's kind of insensitive, if you ask me. I mean, we knew that. Continuously unlocking and locking on the clock, stalling for time. Jarrell says, well, he needed to get down there, and this was before we had a clear path. My use to him was for the tome, so I don't know all that much about the tears, but George Shamrock knew, and I had access to all of his memories. And so when I was him, I mean, I can still be him, but when I was him then, it was interesting to me, and I thought I could use it against you to win you over.
So
Can
do
I
you,
ask another question?
you know what's down there?
No.
Like, or what did George know? Like, why? Is it
George had it on his
just
map.
power, or
When I said I could take you to the tears, it's because George had it on his map, the general location. That does not mean I'd be able to actually get you inside. That much, that half of everything, Carol, he took charge of himself. I didn't particularly touch it. But I believe, considering everything that's gone on in Melas, I don't think he would be ignorant of it. Either he has a plan, and it is already in motion, or he has devised a new way to get to the tears and is currently pursuing it. He's not forgotten it. Certainly not. Neither should you. Any of you. Hello on FaceTime.
We should get there first.
Considering going to Melas soon.
When you go,
Every mention of going to Melas gets a from Louis.
They just kind of like
oh,
rubs her shoulder.
yeah, Cass puts like I would say a hand on. I would put a hand on the shoulder, but Cass puts it like on the hand or like the leg.
I just want you to know to be careful. Not that you need telling twice. And if you can get in there, be careful. Because people don't come out the same if they come out at all. That much I think you figured out. And he looks at you, Bluey. You're from there, yes?
Well,
From Mela?
I don't. Hello, plane. Jesus. It's very loud. Sorry.
It's okay.
I mean, unfortunately,
Unfortunately, I am from Melas.
I don't know shit about anybody who left there. The other way, other direction from Melas. No.
Wow, she.
Well, yeah. I know that. I know that people have left, but I don't know how many or how they're doing now. And
The fact that you have an inclination at all is what's important. If you know, you know.
I know one name.
And what name is that?
Percy Fauntleroy.
It's not a name I know.
I've heard of the Fauntleroys, but yeah.
Any more questions?
Brian like peeks back from where he's unlocking the door. He's
You
kind of
guys are
sheepish.
basically- You guys are locking and unlocking and unlocking and locking and locking by this point to keep time stalling. Lorana's made a kind of little jaunty tune out of making all the. He looks over at you. Also,
I have 2 questions. One was about the bracelet that can allow you to transform into Shamrock.
mm-hmm.
Can that be used by other people?
It's more of a conduit.
So what's the spell you're using?
It's something that I learnt. Something I've always been able to do. This just makes it stronger.
Could we potentially take down some questions whilst you're Shamrock? Not right now. Obviously, it's a lot to prepare for, but if we're going into the tiers, we just want to go in prepared.
He's not been inside the tiers. He's sailed to the general vicinity. I can show you his maps.
Okay, that's helpful. Also about your ship, I had a question that maybe seems a little bit irrelevant, but I keep forgetting to ask. When Cass was spying on your office, we saw this moment that you had with some letters to my beloved from the Winter Palace. I was just wondering if they were relevant at all.
God, this is old notes. Hang on a second. That's way back.
Yes.
I just really want to stay for a while, so.
Hang on.
Says Lily, not Brian. But
Heading
Brian also.
When we were
D&D
spying
on the
on
sea.
you,
Have you told him you were spying on him before? Just remind me.
No, this is definitely the first time he
Oh,
knows that my familiar
cool.
was just like chilling in
So-
his cabin.
This was back in the time when we were not friends. I apologise.
Yeah.
Cass's behalf.
Sorry, well, actually, I'm not sorry because you were plotting against us. But yes, my familiar did.
I'm having a complex reaction to this, but I'm going to work through it in my own time. Right, okay, hang on. I've got my notes.
Really, we were a bit stupid to see a drow on the ship and not question why there was a drow on the ship. But
I think we did, but then I think the mutiny happened quite quickly after that. So
Actually,
we
that-
didn't really get a chance
Speaking of
to
man,
focus on it.
Okay, so the letter that you saw read. Oh shit! Ooh. You see, these are various letters, so not just one.
I think that's what Brian remembers.
Yep. So he would just sort of explain that there were various letters. My beloved. It seemed to suit Shamrock's lexicon, the way he spoke. And I decided that would be the code word for Coral. Reflected how I felt at the time. So one of the letters, you must have seen this if you saw the other letter. So I'm going to reread it to you again. And I'm interested to see whether you remember this one, because it's quite telling. I believe I have some cargo of interest to you. I will do my best to hold it for you until I can see you again. And that's one letter you would have seen.
Fluffing cargo.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Okay.
Remember when we were like amongst the cargo too? That's when shit's
really
really
on the
started
nose there.
happening.
Mm-hmm. How long do you intend to search for the Temple of Abundance? Was one of them. And then a continuation on that was
Here we go.
Oh God, here we go.
You've got to do this.
yeah, I think so. I think that you guys would have. I feel like you guys would have not forgotten this one specifically, and I'm gonna say that probably the sort of caution that you've held up until this point would definitely reflect the message in this letter, which had something to do with the Winter Palace and residing there.
Residing in the Winter Palace. Who was
Yeah.
residing in the Winter Palace? That's what I want to know. That was
So
never
the
explained.
letters,
Coral.
yeah. So the letters, is that what you're asking specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So those are the letters that you remember, and you're asking.
Sorry for peeking into your private love correspondence with Coral, but can you explain?
Please explain.
Also, sorry, but not sorry. Like,
The letters
I mean, a
were
bit
to
sorry.
Coral mostly. Their intentions were to keep our. My intention was to use them to communicate with him, ensure that our plans could go smoothly. The cargo of interest was, of course, yourselves. Apologies on that one. The second letter, he searched for a long time, the varying temples. He had once pursued a thread in the Winter Palace. But I believe there were certain magics in place which made that very difficult. And so he abandoned that.
do you know what form he took in the Winter Palace? Or when it was? Because if it was fairly recently, people do know what he looked like. So
He has the ability to infiltrate minds, to make people do things. When I say residing, I'm referring to his presence there. You understand he doesn't need to be present physically to inhabit a space. He can infiltrate minds as though he's watching through. He can make people do things. I think you've already encountered a fair few of these magics. The strength of these magics, I believe, has changed, or at least adapted to his needs. They're not natural magics. They're things he bargains for. Things beyond my comprehension, beyond my learning. He has this relationship with Lan. Again, even that is beyond me, somewhat. And by doing things for him initially, he was able to ask for things in return. And these things can break the laws of magic that we know. If he was residing in the Winter Palace when I had written this letter, it would have been just before we met, probably. Or at least in the months before. But like I said, he didn't need to be there in his corporeal form to see what was happening. When he does turn up places in his body, it's because he chooses to. Loran just kind of unlocks more of the locks. You can hear the locking them again. And then he stops. And he says, this is stuff we basically knew. He can break the laws of magic. We saw that when we went to the Temple of Abundance. The letter about him searching for the Temple of Abundance, we already know the answer to that too, right? He stopped searching for it, otherwise he wouldn't have needed everything. Everything that he did. He wouldn't have needed us for that. Or Neff. It wouldn't have taken this long. Residing in the Winter Palace. I don't know much about that. But that was a safe space for us, so if he was there at any point while we were there, we should just bear in mind that nowhere is particularly safe, but I think we knew that already.
Can I do a little insight check on Loran?
Sure.
Is better. 26.
How's your boy doing?
Bye, Emma.
Oh no.
Oh, for Pete.
Emma has left the
Load of
building.
Aw.
steak. Don't know who Pete is, but Pete steak. And that is the end of that session. Thanks everyone for watching.
We are taking control.
Hello.
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 My
Hello.
computer again.
Hello. Sorry.
We are Australians.
Hello.
Hello.
Did you hear
Hello.
what I just said?
Hello.
No.
Clear.
Okay. Which bit did you hear up to?
Nothing after I insight checked.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Shit, what did I say? He looks impatient. Like
Anna.
he's trying to Anna. So,
Sorry. I didn't.
You're like a
Louis
villain.
vibe right there.
Didn't realize I'd capture the hearts of everyone here.
Well, you
Of
have.
course you have.
Oh, I love it. Sorry.
so he said he looks impatient, and from that you gather it makes sense why he's acting like this. He's kind of going through each point, trying to remind you all that, you know, these are things that these letters are only reaffirming things you almost already knew. Maybe you wouldn't have known them at the time, but he looks like he's just trying to push things forward. Like he doesn't want to spend extra time here when he doesn't feel like it's necessary.
Okay. Then to the Chronologica. Does everyone want to come?
Yes,
Everyone
to
want to come?
To the Chronologica.
Yeah, let's go. If
One more question.
Oh, that made
Boris
my
is coming
dog
here
wake up.
for...
Sleep. Oh, okay. Sleep. Oh, okay.
Go on, Slayer. Go on, Slayer. Go on, do it. Just have fun. Have a fun time. Oh, is it an echo?
Yay.
It's a little bit funky.
Ah!
Ah!
Oh no.
That's really funny.
My witch laugh.
That's really funny. Oh no, that's me.
Better
You can
now?
hear us. That's real. You can hear.
Oh, wait,
Oh
that's
my
me.
goodness. How come it picks us up? That's so strange.
I don't like how slow the echo is. It's like silent. You can really hear
Yeah.
your echo.
Mm.
It's not fun.
Hello?
Hello.
Georgia, you're very laggy as well.
Oh,
Laggy as well.
okay.
And I can hear myself again.
And
Better?
I can hear the echo.
And I can
Yeah.
hear-
Oh my goodness.
For Lord's sake, Jesus Christ now.
I'm so sorry.
It's always
Yeah.
like. It's always like
Hello,
really good
hello,
for
hello.
for ages, and then
Hello.
suddenly it's just like freaks out. It seems good
Hello?
now. Emma, are you saying
Okay.
something? Hello, Emma.
And now I
We
can't hear.
Cannot
Hear
hear.
you.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh no,
Ever try talking?
cannot hear you.
Nope.
I was like, at least the echo's gone.
It's all the time. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Ooh.
Cool. Alright, so
And the echo's gone. Nice.
what? Okay,
No,
slow.
it's back.
Droll, not droll.
We'll just wait. Maybe it'll go away.
Maybe it'll go away.
Went away
Maybe
last
it'll go
time, I
away.
think.
Mm.
Went away last.
Like Carol.
Like, Karul, maybe wait, and he'll just go away.
Oh.
Maybe wait, and he'll just go away.
I feel like I'm doing this too
Is
much.
it gone?
It's not
Is it
echoing
gone?
you, Emma. It's only echoing us.
Are you sure it's me?
Yeah, because you're lighting up
Yeah.
when nobody else is talking and it's coming through your microphone.
Should I just adjust the mic?
It might just go away
It's
after a
okay
while.
now. It seems okay now.
Okay, right, I'm
Right.
gonna just go. So, Loran is just like, sure, Slayer, ask more questions. This is fine. I'm just gonna keep unlocking this door.
I'm gonna take him outside. Tell me
Yes,
what Duran says later. He just takes Duran's arm and like steers him out of the room. So
Okay,
he will stop his
chronologically,
lord
yeah.
dance.
I'll see you in a bit.
Okay.
Bye.
Yep. Or never. That's fine.
Oh
Okay.
wow! I've got to get my bag of Karul things from the room. He says to Loran as they leave.
Okay, let's go do that. Let's do that. Slayer.
Elijah Shun. Is he
Yes.
working with Karul before?
When you say before, what are you referring to?
When he was alive?
Initially? I don't think so.
Is he working with
I
him
didn't know
now?
much. I didn't realize that was still a mystery to you. Yes, he is.
No, I mean, sorry. Why is he working with him?
I don't know all that much about his motivations. Elijah is a mystery to me. He seemed like the kind of person who couldn't leave work unfinished.
The cost of his own son.
Sons, daughters, children. To some people, you can sell your soul at the cost of their lives. And I can't understand that.
Neither can I.
He is a bad dude.
That sentiment is everything to me. Because it reminds me that everything that Karul is no better than Elijah. They're the same to me, and deserve to be treated with the same amount of caution, in my opinion.
I agree.
Elijah never left his work unfinished. I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of the reason why he came back. The exact manner through which he was able to achieve this return to life. Alan had to have had a hand in it, but you knew that. You, of course, knew that. It will not happen again to anyone else. Will it?
Not under my watch. Slea's hands, by the way, she's just kind of clutching them in her lap, and they are shaking.
We hate
Cass
Karul and Elijah Club.
Cass goes and sits next to Leah and like hugs her and puts her hand over her where her hands clenched in her lap.
Probably the angriest y'all have ever seen Slea, like, openly.
You're an expert.
We'll get them.
You're an expert on him, aren't you? He looks at you, Cass.
Oh, sorry, I was
Yeah.
an expert on Alan. Expert is potentially not the right word. I am unfortunately quite familiar, but expert is probably pushing what I am.
Maybe a bit of a mischaracterization.
Yeah, I'm more of his like soul slave plaything.
Soul slave plaything. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds. That sounds a lot kinkier than it is.
Yeah, I was
It's
gonna
just
say
more-
kinky. It wasn't
That
right,
might
but-
also be a little bit of a mischaracterization.
Yeah, but it's just a lot of suffering. It wasn't suffering for a bit. It was always like a bit hit and miss, but it was always like kind of fine when I was doing what he asked because he was just giving me power, and that was quite sweet. But then I met you guys, and I started being like, maybe I shouldn't just do what he says, and that's when things started going wrong. So, but I'm gone.
I would just say expect things to go further south the longer you don't do what he wants.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised by how little he's appeared to me. He normally appears to me in my dreams. So I'm surprised that I haven't had some sort of. It makes me think that I'm gonna face something even bigger at a later date. So that's all cool. Just
What's that
my
saying?
soul.
Absence makes the hatred foster.
Yeah. I think you're onto something there. To be honest, I think he doesn't actually care about me that much right now. My thoughts are he's got bigger fish to fry, but he's just like, I'll be getting you later, is how I think he views it. He's got other people doing his bidding, so I just think he'll come kill me at some later date. But that's fine. That's why I live life to the full. Every day could be my last.
Chuckles, I'm in danger.
Joel is
Extra
just staring at you with his
again.
mouth a little bit like dropped open, like something I know from seeing his interactions, the minimal that I did see with Carol, is that he likes to play games.
Mm-hmm. Definitely do. Definitely does. And I've stopped playing his games. So I think that's going to be even worse for me. So I'm here for any questions. Well, I've entered a different kind of game by stopping playing the one that he thought, or I
You've
thought
only
we were
missed your
playing.
turn.
Yeah, I'm here to ask any questions, but Cass is kind of like, the more that we talk about Alan, the more she just is like, she just doesn't want to keep talking anymore. He has already killed her. She knows that he's still got her soul. She's like, yeah, life is really fun playing snowball fights because I've seen my eternity and it sucks. So yeah, Cass doesn't want to keep talking about it, so she's just going to be like, yeah, I'm here if you have any questions. If you don't, yeah, fun.
I understand. In your own time, if you have more to ask me, please do. Until then, I'm just going to wait here for Corvius. So you can do as you like.
If you could ask Vario when he wakes, if you'd like to speak to me.
Who's Vario?
I said Navario.
Wario,
Vario?
Nario. Oh,
a cameo guest appearance.
Navario.
I'm
I
trying.
quite like Navario though. I'm going to write that name down.
That's it. The Navario.
And I'm going to keep that for something. But yes, if you could ask him, then I'd appreciate that. And now Cass is going to be like, and I'm out. Bye. And just leave very abruptly.
Is following
She's like,
Cass. She's kind of like rubbing Cass on the back, like comforting her, trying to comfort her.
Thanks, Leah.
I'm just making sure that I gave you the right information about Elijah, because I want to make sure that I know. Hang on. Cruel and Randall Payne, Trial of Cruel Millel, Tame Skipsy. That might be it.
I also looked through my sheet and at my allies. I think Alan is still in my allies list. I really need to update it.
That maybe.
It's definitely not one of my allies anymore.
Shit.
I've got a nice long list. Some of these names.
Okay, got it.
Right, here we go. Okay. Triad 2 minutes ago. Oh shit.
Just for fun, I'll read you my allies. Acantha, All-Star, Baldric, Bluey, Danuel, The Initiate, Jural, Jeepakari the Sphinx of Death, Kindon, Lorella, Loran, Max, Osha, Sarazar, Sarelaras, Shay, Sliansoon, Vanya, and Ural. I don't know how up-to-date that is. This is from a while ago.
No, Cass's is in campaign 1. It's very out of date.
Ooh.
I really need to update it. Ooh. Yeah, the fact that Sai and Alan are still on my
shady.
Aelin can read lips, and I have to speak aloud so that I can process the information. So
oh my fucking god!
When you covered your mouth, I was like, yes, this is for me.
Emma knows.
That's so cool. I want to test this. Can we test? Or are we about to come into intrigue?
bit laggy, so
And
it's a little bit.
okay.
Read these lips now, and you turn off the camera.
I have somebody called Dave in my enemies underneath subtitles that says The Dunes. Is there a dune called Dave?
Did you get any of
God.
it?
It was a guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Follow
I thought I got
enemies.
what's
need to
going
update this.
on, but like again, it's one of those things that like I can usually do it when I'm watching when I'm like rewatching the playback. And I have y'all's cams on small. So yes.
Okay, well,
I hear you, Emma.
Oh, organizations.
He's
Okay,
what?
The Sisters, the Order of the Wearing
Elijah Shun is what? Yes.
Skilled at bass.
That's the one.
Elijah Shun is a lot.
So obviously this isn't true. I said Elijah Rashun is Tiamat, but the fact that you got Elijah Rashun is crazy to me.
Yeah, that makes sense that I would get Tiamat from like I would get like Tiamat and Thomas confused. Not in like IRL, but like when you're making the vocalizing.
I know I come
looks very
across pretty
similar.
intense.
Elijah is Thomas.
You guys weren't meant to know that yet.
That's the real big reveal of this game.
Okay. So, one thing that Gerald would have said is that Elijah died before he could complete like his magnum opus. Exactly what that was, it was beyond Gerald's comprehension. But he left everything to his son, Ender, because he believed that Ender had the capabilities to match his intellect and carry on his work in whatever way that might be. You can probably extrapolate a lot from just that. So.
Can I do an intellect? Can I do an intelligence check on that just to?
Sure. What are you trying to figure out?
What this magnum opus is, based on his interest in the beacons, based on his like any notes that we've seen, based on his interest in possibly Odyssey as a companion.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. Go for it.
We dice. That is a 17 plus. I have to shift my cameras out of view. 17 plus 2, 19.
19. Okay. A bit difficult. There's a lot of threads that you're trying to keep track of in your mind. Trying to find through lines between all of these things. Elijah stole the Tome of Absolution. Ender was a companion to Elijah for a time. They traveled together. Then, what does the tome do? Trying to kind of like focus what you know about the tome. You know what the tome does, right? The sealing?
Yep.
So, knowing the tome has that ability, in theory, in theoretical magic, to seal and unseal. Maybe considering as well what you've known from Zarina about traveling between the planes. I think you could come up with something to do with moving between the planes.
a really weird one, and I'm going to throw it out there just for everybody else to hear what's going on in here. So what if Elijah's trying to create a mega beacon to dissolve the separation between the planes?
Ooh. Mm.
Well, that would be interact with what I assume Karul and Alan want. Well, I don't know if Karul and Alan are sticking with what they want together. I think they're mutual friends at the minute and think that they're each choosing the other. But I think there's going to come a point where they're going to do things together. I think, because I think Alan wants to be able to enter the material plane with frequency to do as he would. So that would tie in with that. But what Elijah wants to do that for would be.
We also have that, like, maybe, deities get passed down through their parents, and Ender was worshipping Tiamat. So.
That he was. I turned off my camera.
I love how Emma switched off her camera in case she gave away any sort of.
I think I've got a good poker face, but I don't want to give you anything to go off of.
Loran staring at me, and I'm just like,
Cass hasn't broken them up. Hang on.
No!
How dare you?
The consistency.
Cass is always consistent. That's fine. Emma's coming back. So Cass is back.
Are you saying that plan, that sort of like idea out loud in character?
That's kind of maybe where Slee is kind of thinking, because, the stabilization of the rifts and whatnot. So he knows how the rifts work. He knows how planar magic works. He knows how. He spent a lot of time with that tome of Lolth. She's thinking these things. She's probably doesn't want to vocalize them out loud just yet. Also, without a sanctum, she definitely doesn't want to vocalize, just in case. I don't know. Maybe Elijah's watching.
Sure thing. Okay. Great. Well, pausing that there, Ulster and Loran, going off back to returning to your bedroom to pick up the various objects that you acquired from Karul. Loran is just quickly walking.
I have a question, maybe, as we're walking.
For me, yes, I am ready to answer anything.
This is more just a thought that I wanted to put out there. Jerome was, talking about like consciousnesses and like being able to put consciousnesses somewhere where they're outside the body. So I was just thinking, ruminating on the information, how like Ender's consciousness was inside a stone and presumably Elijah's consciousness was stored somewhere. What if Karul is using the purple stone to put his consciousness in and then have that transported to another body, and we still haven't found the purple stone, and suddenly panic? What do you think?
I had the exact same thought, and I am also panicking. Wow, I love that we're so in sync. Just, great, aren't we the power couple? I want to run away to the Chronologica so that we can solve this right now.
Wonderful. Let's speed up the pace.
Cool.
Let's go.
Like, somehow that was the most terrifying and yet also hilarious way to have that conversation I've ever thought of. So both of you kind of very quickly sprint towards your room. Opening
Breathing
it
heavily because they're both very unfit.
They're quite dexterous. They're just quite slow too.
Fine. Loran isn't breathing heavily.
If only Saraza was here to actually put in some athletic work. What is Saraza's strength? I'm getting distracted, but I do want to know. Loran, 0, obviously. Oh yeah, it's a +4. That's very good. Cool. Yeah. Anyway, off we go.
Yeah,
strong boy. Cool. Running back.
His muscles are not just for aesthetics.
No, powerful thighs. which I cannot
Nice.
draw. It makes me really upset that I can't put it on paper. I try so bad. I try so hard. Anyway, so you run back to the room. Opening the door, you see Courage has got courage. No, Shu has got Courage trapped beneath her paws. And Courage is kind of just like flapping his wings like, wow, a close encounter. Hello there, Shu.
Brian just walks over, looks at Shu. Give. Give. Please. We're in a rush. Thank you. Takes Courage, goes over to the window, opens the window, throws Courage out. Fly. Come back later.
All right, that also game on. Flies off. You see a trail of pink just on the horizon line.
Be safe, Courage. Shu, I will bring you food later. I promise.
She was looking mournfully outside of the window. This is a wonderful dynamic. I love these two.
I love
Anyway, you grab
all of the
the
cool
object
stuff.
from Karul and you
Hike it up.
spin on your heels and you just beeline it towards the Chronologica. How foolhardily are you running?
I think Brian's pretty disturbed, so probably, yeah.
Okay. As you begin to rush around the corners with Loran in tow, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as you, down the only spiral staircase leading up to this particular tower, you quickly encounter the aging form of Corvius.
12?
12. Oh, Corvius. You never let me down. In a surprising show of dexterity, Corvius presses himself against a wall as you like stumble down a few steps and are only just caught by Loran, who sort of like stops you falling head over heels. And immediately you hear spluttering like, oh, dear God, boy, how could you do this to me? I'm just minding my own business. When did you get back here? Why didn't you come and see me immediately? How
Sorry,
dare you?
Corvus, we will see you later. We are in a rush. We are a very big rush. We'll see you later.
Where are you
Yes,
going?
fine.
Where are
Brian
you
keeps
going?
going.
Okay, off we go. You see he's carrying a tray of tea and a tome of magic under his arm. Of course. You keep going all the way down, back to the main building, and then up more stairs. And it's getting harder to breathe. And Loran is like, where's that bloody carpet when you need it? Okay. And you just keep going.
Anyway.
Should have got a carpet. You keep going, and you eventually make it to the front doors of the Chronologica. You do see a few of the sort of like the Hyslarian, not guards per se, but like watchers who are students who are sort of patrolling the halls, a bit like prefects might.
So we run into Percy Weasley.
Get ready, Percy. And you throw open the doors. They allow you in. They've seen you come here before. The Chronologica today is quite empty. Only one or two other people here are just generally making sort of, maintenance, checking everything is fine. And they give you strange looks, but they don't question your presence there. What do you do?
Do we need to kick them out? Brian says to Loran.
I want to. Get out, he says
Please.
to the chick. They kind of look, we
Very,
work.
very important business going on. Stake of the plains, please understand.
Everything could burn to ashes and then be reforged by a bad dude if we don't use this right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also you're just going to be a distraction, and I can't guarantee your safety if you stay in here.
Please.
Make a persuasion check with advantage also.
With advantage.
Advantage?
That's 11 and a 12, but I have good persuasion, so it becomes 18.
18, okay. They kind of look at each other and say, we're going to go and get somebody of higher authority. Please, can we trust you not to use this until we return?
No, we
Yes.
kind of need to use it. I mean, yes. Trust.
Yes. They look doubtful.
Brian just inches behind Loran.
Out you go. And with that 19, they do let you go. All right.
Brian
Your
spills
turn.
the cruel stuff on the floor. What do we do with it?
Okay, give me, I need, I could do this in a minute. Okay. And he starts to just weave some magic into the air, tracing sigils, circles which you recognize as being similar to scrying magic, almost similar to sending magic, magics that need to hone in on a person in order to be utilized. He goes through motions over and over and over again. All of these magics which would be used to seek people out, arcane eye even as well, magic that would be used to like see people, until one of the symbols that he traces, part of it sticks and is sort of like pulled in to the body of the Chronologica. Blue wisps of magic taking up the gold and scattering it into the form, the painite turning ever so slightly. And he keeps going through these motions, more and more sigils in the air until they are all completely pulled into the Chronologica and assembled into this sort of like golden oval, which creates almost an opening, the inside of which ripples like silk or the surface of water, like you might be able to reach through it. And Loran's sweating a little bit. You get the haste of which he's doing this, almost like kind of weaving a cat's cradle if it was like over and over and over again. Instead of thread, you're using chains to keep, you know, the shapes up. It's weighing down on his arms.
I don't know if it helps, but can I cast guidance on Loran?
Sure, he's about to make a check, so that's a good time. Okay. If he can sustain, he has to beat his spell DC. Oh. Don't know if he's going to do it. 6 plus 7 is 13. Plus 4 is 17. Beats it. He needed that. He quivers a moment, but as you put your hand on his shoulder, he is able to keep the oval, sort of like this arrangement open. And he says, and now is the time, if you're going to do this. Just bring them up and let them go.
All of them? He looks at the pile of stuff on the floor.
I'll tell you when to stop.
Okay, Brian just scoops up and starts walking over with things.
Okay, the closer you get...
Like in Road to El Dorado when they're like throwing the gold into
The closer you get, you can see like sort of just like even the rings on Loran's fingers are quivering as if they might be pulled in at any moment. The sort of like ties on his shirt are being pulled forward as if they're being sucked into this rift. Everything, his hair, some of the flower petals are kind of like scattering in as well. And as you get closer, even your spark necklace is sort of like lifted up ever so slightly, and you have to like hold on to keep it down. And what do you start with if you want to do this in a particular order?
Let's go with a book.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The book enters in, and you raise it up. It is almost suspended. You barely even need to hold it. And the moment it's like supporting its own weight, it's sort of just like, how do I explain it? It's there, and then its form begins to stretch as though it is being sort of like shattered into particles before your eyes, and those particles then pulled into the Chronologica. And you weren't there to see every stage of the search for Valus, how Loran did this then. And obviously before then, he did this with assistance, and that was easier and didn't quite look the same as this. But now that he's doing this alone, it's only his magic there. It seems that the Chronologica is responding to him. It's adopting the form of his own magic, the sort of tendencies, the characteristics of it, and is working with them, but it is taxing. But the first thing enters in, and I would like you to make me an Arcana check, please.
I'm pretty good at Arcana, so pretty good. That is going to be a 19.
Okay. This is for your... I'm making you do these, it's very good, for your perceptions of how this process is going, rather than sort of giving you the full sort of behind-the-scenes information, because it's just complicated.
I've got a list of Krul's gifts up, so I can do some of them.
You do feel the magic flare, you feel the book take hold, and it does disappear before your eyes. And whatever emotional attachment you might have had left to it, it dulls in comparison to sort of like the pang of magic and the feeling of proximity, of closeness. Just for a moment, it's fleeting, but as though someone is peering over your shoulder as this magic sort of like bursts out, cascading in dark blues, every now and again the occasional speck of violet
Okay.
or dark purple.
Can I throw in
Yeah.
something else? Can I do the small golden pot?
Yep.
Throw that in.
It pulls in the same way. The particles separating and then, like sand, just siphoned away. Make another Arcana check, please.
Let's switch details. Okay. It's not as good, but it's pretty good. That is a 16.
16.
Wait. No, 17. 17.
17.
9 plus 8 is 17.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes. So you can't quite tell for this one whether you think whether it's a lingering feeling from the previous object you threw in there, but
got to roll better. Okay.
But you do feel a similar motion. Okay. And this time, when the magic flares, it doesn't just flare up in a sort of like band like it did before, disseminating off and dissipating before it gets too far. It almost holds shape in the air around you, just for a moment, and it vanishes, but leaving a little bit behind in its wake. A speck, which is sort of like just hovering.
Right.
You need a little more.
The candle lantern?
Yep.
And I got to do an Arcana again?
Yep.
Okay. If I roll good, it can be really good, but it hasn't been great. Yay! It's better. It's 15 plus 8. 23.
Cool.
I did good math.
So, with this time, as you kind of focus that arcane energy that you've been feeling, you kind of take a hold of it, and using those sort of like residual specks as a focal point, when this time the magic sort of expands off of it, the particles pull towards that space. And you can see out of the corner of your eye, Loran is sort of turning his hand slightly, trying to change the shape. And as he turns his hands, more particles are sort of like sort of being picked and pulled off the edges of this sort of circle that he's created, making it slightly smaller and joining that sort of floating, almost constellation of gold and blue and purple that is forming just above you all. And Loran says, "We're almost there. Just one more thing. I think we can do it. One more thing."
Brian undoes the ribbon around his wrist and throws that in.
Okay. Make one more Arcana check. Although it's a little bit redundant by now, but you can.
Almost as good. 14 plus 8 is 22.
Loran's hands kind of shudder, and then they get pulled completely closed until they're crossing. And that circle that he had opened just completely, like, as though like you're sort of clapping flour between your hands, it kind of bursts out. And those particles that burst from it, there's far more than you'd expect there to be, considering the size of this opening before. They begin to take shape on the edge of the Chronologica.
I thought you were going to say the edge of Karul, and I was like, no, go away.
No. The edge of the Chronologica, and you feel that feeling that you thought was someone peering over your shoulder. You realize a little bit of the magic has just settled against you. And now it drifts off to join the main body. That is, the main sort of like makeup of this body of magic, so to speak. It doesn't look like a body. It's just like, it's like you're all coalescing.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Magic is hard to describe.
It reminds me of pollen.
Yes, yeah, pretty much like that. And Loran says, "This is the beginning. I'm just going to need a little bit more. And I hate to admit this, perhaps some help from Corvius."
Should I get him? Can you hold it?
I can hold it, yeah. Don't underestimate me.
How long's Brian's guidance last for? Hold on.
It's one-time use. He's used it.
Okay, Brian casts guidance again.
Okay.
And then he's going to run off after Corvius.
Sure thing. All right. The rest of you sitting with Gerald as this is all happening, having your conversation. I think Corvius would have. Technically, Corvius should have arrived by now, but we're just going to say.
I'll get Brian to transform into something that can run fast, like a tiger.
Sure, that's fine.
Corvius.
A tiger is loose in the High Solarian, that's fine. Corvius. Actually, I think this makes sense. Corvius, Ulster, when you find him, is about just outside the door of Gerard's
And just
room.
like stops right behind him and then hits back.
You just hear a commotion outside the door. If anybody wants to respond to it.
Sorry, should we be... What was that?
Gerald is immediately like standing, like half standing up, like his hands sort of like quivering at his side.
Can Bluey like try and peer under the door? Like, is there a tiny
Perception
crack? Like,
Bluey gets down on the ground. I will up to the door.
ooh, that's a 22.
22. Yeah, you see some some albino lion paws, and you immediately just like, oh, it's Ulster. And some tea spills to the ground as you hear, oh my goodness me, what a tiger! Tiger in the High Solarian, who could have ever thought of such a thing? Was that you, Ulster? Darn.
Brian's like nodding.
You and your druidic magics. I came here for tea.
He latches
Not
onto
pushed
Corvius'
over.
robe and starts pulling him.
No, wait. This isn't. Wait. I had a magic lesson with
Pulls
the
harder.
boy.
Pulls harder.
Knocks on the door of How's I'm being
desperately.
instructed? Open the door, boy.
Can I open? Can I look at Jerome and be like, can I?
Jerome
Alright, yeah, alright. Quickly.
He's like quivering arms hanging onto the edge of the doorframe as you're pulling him. The door cracks open, and Bluey, you just see an albino tiger latched onto the back of Corvius's robes. His feet now are sort of almost suspended in the air, and he is just holding onto the doorframe for dear life, like, "Oh boy, it's you!"
Hello, Corvius.
Save me.
Whines at Bluey. Pats his feet on the ground. Like conveying urgency.
Oh, we should go up to. Okay, Corvius. We're going to the Chronologica, if that's okay. I mean, we're doing it anyway. Sorry. Okay.
He nudges Corvius towards Bluey, like, pick him up.
At that point,
Pick up the tiger? Like,
pick up Corvius, you can. He's an old
I'll pick up
man.
Corvius.
Pick up Corvius. Yeah, Brian's like.
I'm an old man who can barely walk, and you have
Then
me.
he
on
crouches down. He's like getting Bluey to run with him. He's like, come on.
Okay.
Oh, you are now holding me in your arms, and you basically have him.
I'm sorry, Corvius. Shall I activate my dashing boots?
Brian nods.
Okay.
Starts like slowly jogging, and he looks like he's getting ready to sprint again.
Yip.
Yep. Let's go.
Also seeing like Brian's urgency, Slee is like, okay, let's go.
He like growls over at the rest of you, like, come on.
Yeah, Theo and Cass are outside the room. I think they're coming.
I think with that, Droll would just watch you all leave, and the last thing you see is him closing the door, and you hear just
All the locks.
All the locks come back into place. And as you're all running back towards the Chronologica, in hopes of discovering Coral's bodies, I'm going to call it a day.
How
Mm.
dare
Oh, man.
that cliffhanger.
It's 10.
Oh, boy.
Big
10.
cliffhanger. Oh.
We will pick up next week at the Chronologica.
Dang.
Boots.
Hanging
I
off
have
that
to
cliff.
use my boots.
Yeah. Well, gang,
What a
this has
sesh.
been great.
Mm.
Heavy boys. It's been a heavy boy.
A bit.
This is more like our regular content.
Do we
Yeah.
really have regular content? What does that even mean
Yeah,
in the
that's
Disappointment
true. It
Crew?
doesn't really mean anything, does it?
Heavy. How heavy is Corvius?
Oh, he's a waif.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I was gonna assume light.
He's a rotund, short old man by now. In his youth, Corvius
I'm
stood
sure he was
tall
gorgeous.
at 5'7".
Gorgeous.
He was
And-
Talsheri, so I'm sure he was good looking.
Oh. The only writing I have of him is his and Sarazur's magic lesson, in which Sarazur tries to escape out of a window while his back is turned.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Sarazur's not a magic boy, okay? And
But
in his
Haynes
youth,
has put
he
him
wasn't
through a
quite-
lot.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Sarazur.
Who was worse? Who was worse, Sarazur or Loran?
Oh my god. To teach, that's really hard. Probably actually Sarazur to teach, because Sarazur had no proficiency with magic and he knew it. So
What about just to tolerate?
Loran. Yeah. Yeah. Words to tolerate with Loran, because he had to spend lots of time with him, because he ended up teaching him a hell of a lot when they left the Feywild. Because when they left the Feywild, it was Sarazur and Loran, followed by Corvius, to sort of guide them at the behest of the parents.
It's like
And
the
so
Dane
they-
babysitter.
God, yeah. That's basically what he was. It was a good time.
I just want to say, I finished this little booklet, and at the end is
To be
just
continued.
think of
Oh
you.
my
That's
god,
cute.
that's so cool.
It's really nice.
Think of
That's really
Yes's roundabout.
cute.
It starts to play. There's a little arrow that says "to be continued."
Do.
As we run upstairs.
Oh,
what a cliffhanger.
Dang, dude.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm hyped for the next one.
So as you know, I'm just want to set expectations. It took a while. It took almost 2 weeks to find Valus's body, single body. Okay, you have a lot more tangible items directly related to Coral, so it probably won't take 2 weeks, but expect it to take a little more time to find if you're looking for lots of bodies.
At least 12 sessions.
Dun, dun,
With that in mind,
dun.
with that in mind, I'm just want to sort of like give you guys this option to sort of plan this over as players, so that in the next session you can go straight into whatever you want to go into.
Hell yeah.
Is in between the time it takes to find these bodies, if any can be found at all, then that also could be time you could use to pursue other threads. And if you want to figure out what those are, please do that in the chat, or
I will
whenever you
say
feel
to-
inclined to.
I will say to everybody, I've said this to Emma, but I'm here for the next session, but I won't be able to play on the 2nd of August, which is the session after.
So
Next session, I think it's okay if we play half an hour later. I already checked with Emma.
Yeah.
Just because I'm coming back from the Mountains.
I'm not gonna lie, that's gonna do me well. I'm probably gonna be very hungover next session, FYI. So
Okay.
yeah, that's fine with
That's
me.
fine.
Isolated, so.
I'll make sure that
I'm
Cass can have an easy, stress-free time as much as possible.
Yeah, no,
While looking for
we'll
these
see.
bodies.
I might not be hungover, but it is also me, so it's my friend's birthday party. But it's going to be an all day thing, so I might actually have more sleep, but be more
There you
drunk.
go.
Well,
Sounds good.
Exactly. All right, shall we end up the stream?
Sure. NPC sign off or no?
Yeah.
Who?
Corvius.
What about it?
Corvius.
Could be
All right, boys.
That's what I was gonna say too.
boy.
All right,
Boys.
boys. Well,
Boy.
as you know, we meet every single week on a Sunday to pursue these quests and adventures, all these frivolous things that are just distractions from the study of the arcane arts. If you insist on occupying your time with such endeavours, then you can meet us at, it would be a 6:45 Australia time, 5:45 Japan time, 3:45 Texas time. It's early in the morning. Goodness me, I can't imagine that. And 9:45 a.m. UK time, which I don't. I mean, it's also morning. I don't particularly like that one, but you know, I'm old, so I'm allowed to do whatever I want. All right.
I do what I like.
Study
you,
magic.
Corvius.
Study hard. And if you don't, then there will be dire consequences. That is homework and probably detention. That's all. Goodbye.
Oh god.
I don't know who that was. That was kind of cool. Okay.
Bye all. We'll be back soon.
Bye.
Follow if you haven't already.
Bye.
Bye.